Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran says it seized 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz as Trump announces an extension to the ceasefire. The FDA could ease restrictions on peptides, a long-term goal of the US Health Secretary. And the King of Pop is back on screen, but critics seem unimpressed by a Michael Jackson biopic. US President Donald Trump has declared an extension to the ceasefire with Iran to allow time for further peace talks. Speaking on Truth Social, the president said the US had agreed to a request by Pakistan's mediators to hold an attack on Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives come up with a unified proposal and discussions are concluded. Iran, meanwhile, say they have attacked 2 cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz as the US continues a blockade on the Iranian ports. We can now cross live to New York to speak to Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, as always, good to have you on the show. So the ceasefire is extended, but the IRGC says it seized 2 vessels and attacked 3 in the Strait of Hormuz. What are the messages coming from Iran at this juncture?
Well, it's great to be with you. I think that the Iranian regime is trying to engage in tit-for-tat attacks against vessels to show that it has the ability to escalate as well in the Strait of Hormuz and the surrounding area. But I think the U.S. has escalation dominance here, and the Iranian regime may be badly miscalculating, thinking that President Trump is fearful of launching military conflict again, but I think that that's not necessarily the most accurate assumption. So right now we have both sides engaging in really a game of chicken and a staring contest to see who blinks first.
Yeah, game of chicken is a good way to describe it, Jason. But President Trump says America will continue to blockade Iranian ports until Tehran submits a proposal for talks. So where does this leave security in the Strait of Hormuz? And also, where does it leave diplomacy?
Well, I just think that right now, the idea that we're going to be able to get to a durable diplomatic outcome with this iteration of the Islamic Republic's leadership is highly unlikely. And this is for a variety of reasons. It was the case before Operation Epic Fury, and it's the case during the ceasefire as now. The maximum the Iranian regime is prepared to give does not meet the minimum that President Trump is prepared to accept. And I think that that's going to result in the president having to escalate against the Iranian regime in order to sharpen its choices and force it to make decisions that are more in line with U.S. interests. So that's, I think, what the Washington's calculation is. Tehran believes it has all the time in the world to sit back and think that the United States will be pressured by economic and political demands. But at the same time, the Iranian regime has a very bad hand it's playing because its economy is decimated and it's getting bleaker by the day, given all the money it's losing with the U.S. naval blockade of its ports.
What does U.S. escalation look like, Jason? And what will it mean for neighboring Gulf countries who have actually really been targeted by Iran, and many people say got the brunt of those missile and drone attacks?
Well, I think the president does have options to escalate. It has options to seize Clark Island. It has options to start to destroy power plants that are being used for military purposes inside Iran, particularly funding the and fueling the Iranians' Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and its military forces. And the U.S. and Israel also have the ability to take out the next rung of the Islamic Republic's leadership to hollow out its decision decision-making structure in the hopes that a more reasonable leadership comes forward. But this iteration of the Islamic Republic's leadership, make no mistake, is very resistant to such U.S. demands. And I think unless and until the U.S. escalates matters, we're not going to really be able to get anywhere diplomatically.
Yeah, but once again, it puts those Gulf countries in a situation that they will have to handle and defend themselves. And this is concerning around the region when we talk about U.S. escalation, Jason. But also, right now, you spoke about a power vacuum in Iran and possibly taking out more leaders. This has said to have led to lots of complications when it comes to negotiations with Iran, because who is speaking to the U.S.? This still remains unclear.
Well, I think ever since Ali Khamenei was killed, power in the Islamic Republic has become more diffuse. This is for a variety of reasons. First is that Mojtaba Khamenei has not been really able to fully assert himself given his condition, and there's conflicting reports about how involved he is in decision-making. And this has really resulted in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps particularly being playing the leading role here in driving decision-making in Iran right now. And the balance of power between the leader's office and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has changed. Mojtaba Khamenei is now dependent on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to a greater degree than his father was for the majority of his tenure. If you'll recall, when his father took office initially in 1989, he too was a weak supreme leader, but it took him years to consolidate his authority. Mojtaba Khamenei right now is dependent on this the security military cohort surrounding him, and that is likely the power center that is driving decision making. But given Mojtaba's absence and him being a weaker supreme leader than his father was, this results in highly factionalized decision making and a lack of an ability to thread the needle between all parts of the Iranian system.
Brent crude right now is sitting over $100 a barrel, even though we have a ceasefire extension. The uncertainty is reflected in the fluctuating oil price and energy price as we watch that on our screens. This war is deeply unpopular in America right now. How much political pressure is President Donald Trump under? And also, how much reputational damage is this doing to him?
Well, I think what's important to note is that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Iranian regime has been trying to kill Americans and our allies since 1979. And President Trump is the first American president to really be willing to assume the risk to impose military costs on the Islamic Republic. And so this is not about a popularity contest. This is about furthering U.S. national security interests in degrading the ability of the Iranian regime to project power beyond its borders. And I think that that's what the Trump administration has decided to do here. And that's the narrative that is important at the end of the day. So what are short-term disruptions the Trump administration hopes will turn into long-term gains for the United States in weakening the ability of the Islamic Republic to harm the United States and our allies.
And it's really interesting. You say it's not about a popularity contest, but we know Donald Trump likes to be popular. Trump has made several recent statements about Iran's enriched uranium, which he calls nuclear dust. Has the U.S. made any progress on eliminating Iran's nuclear program at all, as these talks just seem to be stalled?
The U.S. has done great damage to Iran's nuclear program, beginning in June 2025 during Operation Midnight Hammer, when it destroyed Iran's uranium enrichment capabilities. The uranium enrichment capabilities that existed before June 2025, where Iran had a nuclear program that was galloping ahead and really rapidly advancing, do not exist anymore. So there have been great achievements here in destroying the ability of the Islamic Republic for the time being and the capability for it to produce a nuclear weapon. But this will take continued monitoring and continued vigilance by the United States and its allies. And again, as long as this current regime is in power, there are no happy Hollywood endings with this current regime in power. That's an inconvenient truth for everyone involved. That's the reality. We will never, in my view, be able to get to a sustainable, durable diplomatic outcome as long as the current leadership in Iran is in charge because of their ideological outlook and their need to have enmity with the United States as a part of their foreign policy to justify the system's existence. That's the hard truth.
Jason, quick question, quick answer. Does the US know where Iran's 440 kgs of enriched uranium is?
Yes, I think the U.S. does have intelligence as to the whereabouts of that, and part of that is buried in Isfahan, as the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency has said. So I think the U.S. is confident that it has, an idea on the whereabouts of that stockpile and its current status. But the question remains is whether the Iranian regime is going to agree to hand over that stockpile, potentially to a third country, by an agreement, or whether the U.S. will have to go in and extract it itself, which will be a highly risky, extremely complicated operation.
As always, Jason Brodsky, great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation with Umar Karim, Associate Fellow with the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies in Riyadh. Umar, always really good to have you on the show. So President Trump has extended the ceasefire, but the IRGC has seized 2 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, the US has been intercepting Iranian ships. What is Iran's overall messaging and position right now at this point?
Thank you, Leigh Ann. I think that Iranian power circles, they still think that they have the upper hand. And by controlling movement of maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, they can affect and impact upon global energy markets and by default global economy. There is also another thing which we must note, that any engagement with the US or any negotiations with the United States that involves reaching a deal, it is also linked to broader power struggles within Iran. And I think that considering the past experience, because there is the hardline elements within Iran, they think that in all past negotiations, Iran lost its cards or its argument on the negotiating table when it could have achieved much more. And I think this is what is exactly driving the current power circles in Iran to extract as much as they can while they still have this leverage.
And it's really interesting because my guest before you, Jason Brodsky, was saying a very similar thing. It will be difficult to reach an agreement with who is leading Iran at the moment, which he suspects is the IRGC. So right now, who is providing the response from Iran to the US? And is there a power vacuum?
So formally, the response is coming from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Iran. And we also see a lot of messaging coming from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. But I completely agree with the previous guest that it is the IRGC which right now appears to be in control of most of Iran's decision making. But there is one interesting add-on, if we may say, onto this. And that is that other prominent civilian leaders who happen to have some say in the decision-making circles, or who are quite, who are obviously present in different forums, like the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Kolibov, they kind of share this understanding with the IRGC cadres. So it's kind of a hardline dominated decision-making circle right now within Iran, where the military figures, but also the civilian figures, they all agree on this maximalist approach.
How does Donald Trump's decision to pause U.S. attacks on Iran while continuing economic and naval pressure just reflect a broader strategy of coercive diplomacy from the U.S. president?
So I think one thing is quite clear, that the U.S. president understands that there are no solutions to this problem through kinetic means. Mm-hmm. So he understands that now.
I apologize. We just seem to have a problem with Umar's internet connection there. We're going to see if we can get him back to continue talking to us right now about what we are facing in the Strait of Hormuz as those talks between the US and Iran failed to come to any light in Pakistan yesterday. So I've just been speaking to Umar Karim there about the escalation in the Strait of Hormuz after the IRGC did say that they had fired on 2 ships in the Strait. But we actually now have Umar back, which I'm glad to say. Umar, glad to have you back. Seem to have a few problems there technically on the line. But I was just asking you about this coercive diplomacy by the US and what you were telling me what Donald Trump understands at the moment.
So I think that he clearly wants to pursue this line of diplomacy and to applying pressure on Iran and to force it to concede the maximum on the negotiating table, because President Donald Trump understands that without any comprehensive and extensive military campaign that can possibly result into considerable American military casualties, he cannot really achieve the goal of a regime change in its real sense. So in order to end this whole conflict, the best, you can say, solution or strategy is to push Iran on the negotiating table while creating this blockade on Iranian shipping and maritime transports.
And it's really interesting because do you think Pakistan can successfully mediate talks when both sides just appear to be waiting for the other to make the first concession? Like my former guest Jason Brodsky put it, it's sort of a game of chicken at the moment between the US and Iran.
So there are some things that the Pakistani side has put a lot of political capital into this mediation effort or facilitation of the negotiations. It is genuinely sincere as well, because if the conflict restarts, Pakistan would be in a really difficult position and would be forced by its allies in the Gulf, particularly, to come to their aid against Iran. So definitely, Pakistanis perhaps are one of those parties who want this conflict to be resolved and want an agreement to happen between the two sides. But the fact of the matter is that Pakistan doesn't have leverage both with Tehran and with Washington. So it doesn't have the necessary means to either pressurize one of the parties or to persuade them to reach a compromise with the other one. So it has its own limitations, I would say.
Always good to have you on the show. Umar Karim, thank you so much for your analysis. America's Food and Drug Administration, known as the FDA, could relax the restriction on peptides. The injections, made up of amino acids, are gaining popularity across the US and are being used to treat many conditions, including insomnia and also obesity. US Health Secretary RFK Jr. has previously spoken out about the drugs, and as he seeks to make them more accessible for Americans. Take a listen.
You know, I'm a big fan of peptides. I've used them myself and used them with really good effect, on a couple of injuries. There were 19 peptides that were widely formulated by compounding pharmacies during the Biden administration. They illegally moved those to Category 2, which says do not formulate. It was illegal because they're not supposed to do that unless there's a safety signal. What happened? There was huge demand for peptides. And so a black market came out. And the black market is run by companies that say that they're making the peptides for animal use or for research purposes.
Let's hear from pharmacist Thoran Govind. Thoran, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. The peptide craze is booming in the US and also globally. But what are peptides and why is there just so much hype right now surrounding them?
Well, you might have heard of peptides because there are medicines which mimic peptides, but peptides are short chains of amino acids. They're the building blocks of proteins. And so we do have them naturally in our body. There's some really well-established peptide medicines, which you will have heard of, like insulin and those weight loss drugs as well. So there's definitely a lot of interest in them here. And what you just heard there was an argument that they should be greatly more used, more widely, and more research done into them. But I think we'll get onto that in a moment, won't we?
Yeah, let's definitely get onto that, because we heard the US Health Secretary RFK Jr. there, and he was discussing using these substances, of course, with the famous podcaster Joe Rogan. But what dangers do people face when using unregulated peptides? Because we hear there from RFK Jr., he's very positive on the use of them and how they could possibly help with injury.
Well, so I've just talked to you there about those established peptide medicines. There's been a lot of clinical trials. There's been a lot of regulation around those. And it takes a lot of work for drugs to go onto the market, a lot of clinical trials, a huge amount of money by drug companies. But what we're also talking about here, which is what he is talking about, is this social media, wellness area where people are promoting peptides for anti-aging, skincare, fat loss, even in the weight area. But there isn't a huge load of evidence behind it, and that's exactly why they are unregulated. And I think the fact that this is being talked about so widely on such a popular podcast is really interesting right now. There's been a lot of change, hasn't there, in the US as to how they manage healthcare budgets. But we need to really recognise that products which are sold through unregulated sources, you don't know the evidence behind them, and you potentially don't know what you're getting.
And it's really interesting because you mentioned it was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and Joe Rogan himself always says he used peptides for injuries. We obviously heard from RFK Jr. These are very influential people in the space when it comes to the gym, when it comes to sport, when it comes to influencing young men. And we know that there's this growing number of people who use peptides. I mean, I know myself, I spend a lot of time in gyms. I've got a lot of friends who use peptides and say they've improved their lifestyle. They've really helped them lose weight, gain muscle, given them more energy, improved their skin. So is there an argument for what JFK Jr. is saying here, for the FDA to sort of loosen these regulations?
Well, I don't want to promote any false optimism here. To me, it's all about strong clinical evidence. And if we don't have that yet, then that is a concern. But obviously, manufacturers are always looking into new substances and new areas. But one of the concerns that scientists have is that if use becomes more widespread, there may be less incentive for there to be funded research and actually for these substances to be looked into.
And it's really interesting because peptides aren't just one thing, are they? So what is the difference between medicinal peptides versus supplements and wellness aesthetic peptides? Because there's a whole rainbow out there, isn't there?
I think it's really confusing. So when we talk about medicinal peptides, we're talking about those ones that have gone through those clinical trials. There's often a lot of vigilance. So even after they're released onto the market, there's a lot of collection of data, and they're always looking at side effects and things like that. So we're talking about peptides which are used to treat recognized medical conditions like your diabetes, your obesity. And on the flip side there, we're then talking about this sort of wellness, aesthetic supplement area. And some of these are marketed as research only and not for human consumption. So I wouldn't be encouraging anyone to touch those, really, because you just don't know what you're getting. You don't know the long-term side effects.
And I guess that's where the concern comes in. It's the long-term side effects. And also, let's talk about how expensive they are, because these peptides don't come cheap at all, do they?
No, I also think we're seeing a lot of scams on social media marketplaces. We know that sometimes people can mirror the pricing, packaging, even of regulated drugs. There's always criminals looking to infiltrate that market. So, you know, another area where people might be vulnerable, you might be really focused on your weight or, you know, body image. So we know this area is rife as well for people to be targeted.
And it's so interesting speaking to you because, as you do say, on social media, there's a rise of these influencers, these peptide influencers. And now we're getting some of the biggest podcasters speaking about it. Absolutely fascinating. Thoran Govind, thank you so much. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 13 people have been killed in an explosion at a fireworks factory in India's southern state of Kerala. Several people have been injured, with at least 5 reported to be in a critical condition. It's the second such incident this week in India. The UK Prime Minister has denied there was pressure from Number 10 over former envoy Peter Mandelson's security vetting. Keir Starmer reiterated that crucial information was not shared with him before appointing Mandelson. MPs will now question Starmer's former chief aide Morgan McSweeney. Over 4.2 million domestic workers in Indonesia will be legally recognised after the country's parliament passed a law to protect their rights, more than 20 years after it was first introduced. This means workers will now be entitled to health insurance, rest days and pensions, and agencies will not be allowed to deduct wages. And a 2019 wrestling film starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson will be made into a stage musical. Fighting with My Family will be turned into a stage adaptation that follows the true story of British pro wrestler Saraya Knight and her career as Paige in WWE. Police in South Korea have requested a detention warrant for the man behind global pop icons BTS, who is also the chairman of the music entertainment firm HYBE. Prosecutors allege Bang Si-hyuk carefully organised an illegal trading scheme during the company's IPO, netting over $120 million in illicit funds. Patrick Falk reports.
It was a crowning moment for the man known as Hitman Bang. In 2020, he took HYBE public, turning a small agency into a multi-billion-dollar music powerhouse. South Korean authorities now say the listing was built on a lie. Bang is accused of misleading early investors, steering them to sell shares to a private equity fund linked to his own associates, and then once the company went public, dumped its stake, netting Bang a 30% cut of the profits.
I apologize for causing concerns to the public. I will fully cooperate with the investigation today.
It comes as hitmaker group BTS is making a return following a 3-year hiatus. The new world tour Arirang is projected to rake in nearly $2 billion. Fans, known as the Army, are brimming to see the group live. For many, the corporate scandal in Seoul is a world away from the music that changed their lives.
I was a child when I first started liking them, so I couldn't go to their live concerts. This is my first time. I think the Army is changing, but I want to have fun with everyone.
Bang has previously denied all charges of market violation. HYBE has yet to officially comment on the detention warrant, but with 82 concerts left on the calendar, the company's stock and the future of K-pop's biggest name could now hang on the outcome of this criminal probe. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
The so-called King of Pop, Michael Jackson, has returned to the screen in a new biopic starring his very own nephew. Michael focuses on the singer's life and career from starting off in Jackson 5 to becoming a global solo star. But critics have not been kind to the film, with one reviewer calling it a sanitized version of his story. Take a listen to what it's all about.
Let me tell you something. In this life, you're either a winner or you're a loser. Y'all want to work in a steel mill like me for the rest of your days?
No, sir.
Yeah, because I sure as hell don't. Y'all willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
I need to hear you a little louder. Y'all willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
Ready whenever you are, Michael.
Spread love, joy, and peace.
Let's chat to showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Stephanie, let's have a look. We just saw the trailer. Looks pretty impressive. But tell us about the actor who plays Michael Jackson and, of course, his connection to the superstar.
Well, Leigh Ann, we're always talking about Nepo babies, and Jafar Jackson is well connected to Michael Jackson. He's actually the nephew of the late star, and his father is Jermaine Jackson, who, of course, is Michael Jackson's brother. So for this big biopic, he is making his acting debut since it was announced in 2023. He's been training to portray his famous uncle on stage. And from what we can see, he has this very uncanny look like his uncle. He looks like him, he sounds like him, as we can see from the trailer, and he sounds like him. And, you know, in the trailer, we see him with Michael's iconic monkey bubbles. And to be honest, I think Jafar's been quite lucky, because usually in these big Hollywood films, they will get an actor who's not related to the person, and the person has to go through a lot of in-depth research. But for him, he's been lucky because, of course, he grew up with his uncle, and he's got further information from the family, the Jackson family, who, of course, is his family.
Yeah, absolutely uncanny, as you say, when you have a look at the trailer there. And it's really interesting because the film includes the start as well as the peak of Michael Jackson's whole career. So what can big fans expect from the movie? Because I can't believe it, but Michael Jackson did die 14 years ago, I think it was, or maybe more.
Well, you know, for fans, it feels like it was just yesterday when he died, and they've been definitely holding a torch for Michael Jackson. As we know, he's one of the icons of music, and in this 130-minute film, we will be seeing his rise to fame as the lead singer of Jackson 5, along with his brothers, to when, in the height of his fame in 1980s, when he decided to go solo. There'll be some key moments we see, like in 1984, when he became the first artist to win 8 Grammy Awards. But then there's also going to be some low moments, that very sad story when he got burnt on a Pepsi advert. So there is going to be that rise to fame for Michael. But also, we all know he had that strained relationship with his father, Joe, and who's going to be played by Corman Domingo. And that is something which I think is going to take center stage in this film.
And we have talked about the controversies, but there's also been stories when it comes to this biopic about several reshoots that have happened. Critics are not very impressed with this at all, Stephanie. Why is this?
Well, the problem, Leigh Ann, when you're doing a story like this based on Michael Jackson, you know, we know he was a lovable character, but he was also quite controversial. In the 90s, he faced a spate of child sex abuse allegations, which the family who have produced this film wanted to depict in the movie. But at the time, Michael Jackson has signed NDAs against one of his accusers, and that still stands after his death. So that is something that couldn't have been included in the movie and has to be taken out. And also the film, when they first done it, obviously we know Michael has a very lengthy story. It was looking over 3 hours long. And, you know, cinema goers these days, we like entertainment, but 3 hours is too long. So unfortunately for this biopic, it's been plagued by all the different lawsuits which Michael Jackson did have when he was live, and for this biopic, it's still affecting it today.
3 hours would be way too long for me. Even if I know all the songs, I definitely couldn't sit there for that long, Stephanie. I would definitely be extremely bored, dare I say. But a lot of the Jackson family did turn up for the premiere, but Paris, who is, of course, Michael Jackson's daughter, she didn't attend. Why has she distanced herself from this very project?
Well, this is where it gets really juicy, Leigh Ann, because last year she came out after one of the stars, Coleman Domingo, said that Paris had been very helpful in planning the production and giving her advice and tips. But she came out on Instagram last October and said, look, this film is full of inaccuracies and it's full of full-blown lies. And that's quite a pretty strong statement to say about Michael. For in her book, she hasn't really been a fan of biopics. She says Hollywood likes to create these fantasies which they want to bring out to their fans, but this is not real life. You know, Paris was quite young when her father died, and, you know, in the industry and in several reports has often spoken that her opinion of her father has changed over the years since his death. So I don't think she was going to put up a united front with the Jacksons, and the last time she's been seen with them is very many years ago. So I think, you know, this is a controversy which adds more to the film. And it's quite a shame that his daughter doesn't want to support it, but she has put her reasons why she doesn't want to support this film.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And often the more scandal there is around a film, the more people want to go and watch it. And I was also just reading, there's no mention of Janet Jackson in the film either. But let's talk about this film one more time, because it's been paid for by the Jackson estates. And I think that Michael Jackson was basically broke when he died, and now the estate's worth loads of money. Do you think we could see a follow-up or a part 2 at all?
Of course, Leigh Ann, this is a part of the Michael Jackson money-making machine. You know, I hate saying this, but some artists are worth more when they're dead rather than when they're alive. The film is going to stop at when he releases Thriller. So we know since Thriller there was more to come with Michael Jackson's story. I predict that this film is going to bank billions worldwide for the estate. And I think when they see the cash flowing in, that means there will be a chapter 2 and a follow-up and a sequel to a film. A lot of insiders have already banked on that, and I think there is more to the MJ story, and that's why a lot of critics have, ignore my pun, have said that this first attempt is pretty bad.
It's going to be so interesting. I'm definitely going to watch it, Stephanie Cecchi. I haven't had the chance yet, but I'll tell you exactly what I think of it once I've done. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's take a look at the top business news now. The Iran war has caused a shortage of Diet Coke in India, which is now out of stock in multiple cities. It's due to the supply chain of aluminium cans being disrupted by the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. The Gulf accounts for around 9% of the world's aluminium production, which is now currently trapped. Meta has told its employees it will start tracking the way they work in order to train its AI models. The new tool will log activity on their computers, including their keystrokes and mouse clicks. A spokesperson for Meta said it has safeguards in place to protect sensitive content. Let's go to the sports news now, and Leicester City Football Club will play in League One next season after being relegated from the Premier League. This comes after Leicester City drew with Hull City last night. Many say the club is still recovering from the death of its former owner, who died in a helicopter crash outside Leicester Stadium in 2018. Manchester United are reportedly eyeing up Real Madrid's Orion Tchouameni to replace Casemiro. United apparently want at least 2 midfielders this summer as they look to rebuild the team. Casemiro is leaving Old Trafford when his contract expires. A reminder of our top stories. Iran says it's seized 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz as Trump announces an extension to the ceasefire. The FDA could ease restrictions on peptides, a long-term goal of the US Health Secretary. And the King of Pop is back on screen, but critics seem unimpressed by the Michael biopic. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We haven't finished the job. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told a Memorial Day gathering that he has no intention of giving up the fight against Iran. So what does that mean for US efforts to end the war? Israel isn't at the negotiating table, but its shadow looms large. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the Kingdom's Sovereign Wealth Fund unveils a new 5-year strategy bolstering focus on domestic investment. We'll be hearing from the PIF's governor, who gave Al Arabiya Business an exclusive interview. With the healthcare sector undergoing rapid transformation, we examine the growing role being played by the private sector here in Saudi Arabia. We'll be speaking to the CEO of Saudi German Health. And as the kingdom continues to expand its tourism offering, we turn our attention to the hospitality sector and speak to the luxury service apartment provider Cheval Collection about their growing footprint in Saudi Arabia. And as Saudi Arabia looks to the stars, we'll be telling you how the kingdom's dark night skies are attracting visitors known as Astro tourists. Diving straight into our top story, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund has unveiled its new 5-year strategy, setting out the next phase of the kingdom's economic transformation. Well, approved by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the 2026 to 2030 plan focuses on stronger domestic ecosystems, unlocking strategic assets and increasing private sector participation. Well, unveiling the strategy, the PIF governor, Yasser Al-Rumayyan, outlined how investments will be structured across 3 portfolios: vision, strategic and financial. And the portfolio is going to target 6 priority sectors, all aimed at driving economic growth and diversification. Well, this strategy comes in the context of a regional conflict, which has caused considerable disruption to energy infrastructure. Well, my Al Arabiya business colleague, Lara Habib, spoke to the PIF governor and asked him about the current context, as well as PIF spending priorities. Here are some excerpts from that interview.
Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
Even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Maiden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process, driven by emerging global priorities.
NEOM specifically. NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Roshan, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
And that was the PIF Governor, Yasir Al-Rumayyan, speaking to Lara Habib from Al Arabiya Business. And some fresh data on the economy for you. Saudi Arabia's annual inflation rate measured by the Consumer Price Index was up by 0.3% in March compared to February. That's rising to an annualized rate of 1.8%, while the wholesale price index also edged up slightly by 0.2% in the month of March. Now, Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector is undergoing rapid transformation driven by rising demand and increased capacity, and with private providers playing an increasingly central role in delivering care. Well, as the kingdom builds a more integrated healthcare system, investment in hospitals, talent and digital innovation is accelerating. Well, one healthcare provider with a strong presence in the kingdom and further afield in the MENA region is Saudi German Health, which has just been named by Time and Statista as one of the region's fastest growing publicly listed companies. Well, I am joined now by the CEO of Saudi German, Dr. Nizar Bahabri. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Dr. Bahabri.
Thank you.
Your appointment as CEO was formalised at the start of this year. Just to introduce you a little bit, you're Saudi born and raised. You're a consultant in internal medicine and infectious diseases, and you've got extensive experience in healthcare management. I just wondered if you could tell us, just to start off, a little bit about your journey.
I started my journey. I am Canadian and American board certified. So after I finished, I went back to King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. I went to the government as any other Saudi. And then all of a sudden, 2013, I just had a chance to go into the private sector. I was like the first one who can go, like, just do the unusual and go full-time private hospital, full-time, and leave King Faisal. This was a big jump, and this is when I started going into management of private healthcare. And it has started since 2013 until now, so now it's more than like around 13 years.
Okay. Obviously, we were talking earlier on in the programme about the PIF's 5-year strategy.
Yes.
And that was unveiled sometime earlier in the week. And I just wondered if you could tell us about your vision for Saudi German and where you see Saudi German Health in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from now.
So we are going with the Vision 2030. We are more getting into the subspecialty, not the general, the subspecialty. We have been doing this aggressively since 2025, so a year ago when I was the medical. And now I am continuing, but with same pace or slower, because we had a very huge transformation into 2025. So we had more than 400 physicians, newly subspecialized, going across the group. We are the the largest geographical distribution in the kingdom and even in the Arab world. So in the kingdom, we invested a lot in tests, instrument, equipment, IT, and manpower, which is the main driver for transformation. And this is what we are now continuing in the coming 3 years to go with the Vision 2030. In Vision 2030, everyone have to understand the kingdom is going like the whole international model. You do not want to treat the sick. You want to take care before he becomes sick. And this is how you can make a healthier community. This is why you are totally transforming the idea in private healthcare. Private healthcare, you want people, they are getting sick, you treat them, and you don't look at prevention big time. No, we are doing a huge prevention. We are having a very strong population health program with a highly certified people to look at the people before they get complication, before they get sick. So you can give the best care, you can decrease the complication and take care of your family. If you always, we say, we take care of our patient like our family before they get sick.
Okay, so Dr. Bahabri, you've explained there that it's all about putting out the fire before it starts.
Absolutely.
Tell us about your expansion plans. What are you aiming to do with Saudi German Health?
So you have to understand, we have a very big distribution around the kingdom. We have 9 hospitals. We are now transforming the medical care rather than expansion. We have a small expansion in Riyadh. We started just a month ago, small clinics to be an easy accessibility. We are going to have one big tower to our original hospital in Al-Zahra in Jeddah. This will be like a couple of floors, very highly specialized, expansion of the same hospital. We have a couple of other small expansions, but nothing major, because we just opened a Subh, which we are just having a share on it, and we are managing it fully. And this is all if we want to take care of it, if we want to have the best care, we want to derive the medical care. Take it highly upskilled, highly complicated, highly specialized, rather than going into further building new buildings. This is what we are. Can you tell me, do we have another vision? I am looking, hopefully, by having more of distributing our services and knowledge to others, and to have something called Saudi-German Health Network, that I can provide healthcare to the doctors in distant areas about a difficult case. I can give them a second opinion. I can take care of a specialized test. I can do a lot of things to have a strong network around the kingdom, rather than doing acquisition or doing new buildings or doing this and that.
Okay. And one of the things we've been talking about is how the healthcare system here in Saudi Arabia has shifted from being specifically sort of government-led to one that is more insurance-supported. Yes. And I'm wondering what opportunities that represents.
There is a huge opportunity. I'll tell you. In private, whenever you want to go with Vision 2030, you have your high demand toward your population. If you are in the government and you are taking care of, like if you are a cluster, you have a certain population to take care of it. Prevention is not easy. Remember, treating the sick is something that you know. Prevention, you should, like, I will give you a small example. Very small example. You need to make sure that people do not have weak bones. They do not have osteoporosis. So you have to screen. If you screen and you do not have the manpower and the capability of doing the whole screen in 1 year, you need the help of the private, right? Because working hours is different, the manpower, so you need the help. And this is, we believe, it's a huge opportunity for us to work together for the health of the community.
Okay, lots of opportunities, lots of challenges as well. And one of the challenges that I'm thinking of, especially with private healthcare, is you've got this delicate balance, haven't you, between providing top quality healthcare,
yes,
and managing your bottom line. How do you strike the balance?
I believe it's always being visual to take your decision on database. There is always a daily basis data that I take care of. I look at the cost, we look at the consumables, we look at our generation of money, we look at our staff, we look carefully for every single thing. Rather, I shifted the whole dimension in the organization from looking at only revenue in a daily basis to look at everything, including cost and manpower, in a daily basis. And we are getting a weekly report rather than a monthly report. We are reactive into a weekly basis rather than a quarter basis. So we are going into a faster pace rather than waiting for things to happen. Although we have a strategy, but we have to monitor it very closely, revenue and cost.
Okay. One of the things that I noticed looking online when I was doing my research, you've received a lot of praise because you decided to offer Saudi specialists positions at Saudi German, prioritizing local talent over imported talent. I wanted to ask you, what was the rationale behind that?
You go database, right? You are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We've done good kind of research. And we looked at what do people trust. The trust is in Saudis. It's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. If this is the trust, you know them, they should be your main asset. It's not to say that we are only going to do this thing about, but Saudis are being trusted by the community. And they are here. They are your manpower. We are not shifting only getting the people in consultant base. No, we even took trainees. We took people who want to become a consultant. This will be our own. We are generating Saudis who did not have any knowledge about healthcare. So they will become in 2 years our main managers of a floor, our main managers for coding. We will develop our own thing to have our own employees developed in our own organization.
And I want to ask you about the profile of your patients. Obviously, you're catering primarily, I'd assume, yes, to a Saudi audience, Saudi patients. Are you getting much medical tourism? Is that something that you would like to perhaps see grow?
Yes, I believe it's a great chance. We are dealing with tourism, still in baby steps, but we have good plans for it because we are already used to it. You know, we are the only group that have 2 big hospitals in the 2 holy mosques, Mecca and Medina. We are the only one. And we are long-standing in both cities. So now we are already used to tourism. We are already used to this. Last year, we took care of some of the largest hospital in Mina as operational for MOH. And we took care of more than, like a lot of groups who came to Hajj, more than 400,000 of the Hajj. We were taking care of them in their areas of living. So this has gave us a huge experience in it. And now we are looking into expanding our tourism, because we can still get people who can do their knee replacement in Hail and see Hail, how does it look like. And inshallah, we are working on that. South, we have Abha. And this is a great opportunity for us to have people who want to have medical tourism and to enjoy a different kind of weather. So because we are distributed, we have a new initiated arm for international tourism. Yes, baby steps, but we are looking forward for it.
It used to be the case, didn't it? But a lot of Saudi patients went abroad for treatment.
Absolutely.
And you saw large numbers of people who went to London or to Switzerland to get their medical care. And now it seems like perhaps people from the UK and Switzerland will be coming to Saudi Arabia.
For sure. I can tell you, I can assure you, you can have a knee replacement much, much faster in Saudi to be done rather than to be done in so many European countries. So many. I will tell you, we are much faster. We have the capability to be done. People can wait in different countries for a couple of months. In us, maybe they can get it in 2 weeks.
Okay, just lastly, I know you've got a presence outside of Saudi Arabia. You've got facilities right across the region. I'd just like to ask you where you're seeing the most opportunities as far as untapped markets are concerned.
We are now working hard in Morocco. And we are going to be present in Morocco and hopefully in less than 2 years. We are also in Pakistan. A huge market, huge demand. People admire the name of Saudi in there. So we are going to have also presence in Pakistan. And I believe it's the vision of the founder, Engineer Subhi Batarji, to be around the world. And also Dr. Makarim Batarji, he is also following the steps of his father. He wants to be present, giving help in health in anywhere in the Islamic world.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that is all we have time for, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Dr. Nizar Bahabri, the CEO of Saudi German Health. I hope you'll come back and see us again soon.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, in line with Vision 2030, the Kingdom is continuing to develop new destinations and expand its tourism offering. Well, in this context, the Saudi hospitality sector is attracting strong interest and investment from global operators who are keen to deepen their presence in the Kingdom. Well, one such operator expanding its footprint here is the luxury serviced apartment operator Cheval Collection, which provides high-end home-style accommodation for short and long stays. Well, I'm joined now by the Chief Commercial Officer at Cheval Collection, Nick Pilbeam, who joins us from London. Nick, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Can I just start by asking you to tell our viewers a little bit about Cheval Collection?
Of course, Cheval Collection has been around for over 40 years now and is purely focused on luxury service apartment accommodation with 9 properties trading at the moment in London. We have 2 operating in the Middle East at the moment in the UAE, based in Dubai. And we're delighted to have recently announced that we'll be entering the Saudi Arabian market with our first property opening, Cheval Ladun Living, opening in Riyadh in 2027. Followed by in 2028, our second property in Riyadh confirmed, Cheval Maison Suleymaniya, opening just the year after. And I'm sure that's not going to be the last. We're delighted to be in the Saudi Arabian market. We're delighted to be part of Vision 2030. We feel we're a really good fit. And of course, we get lots of Saudi nationals coming to visit us at our properties already. So we've had a fantastically positive response to the news about entering the Saudi Arabian market.
Well, that all sounds extremely positive. And, you know, the name of your first property in the Kingdom, Cheval Ladun Living, reveals the name Ladun, with whom you have a partnership, the Saudi-based company, Ladun Investment Company. Just tell us about how that partnership works.
Well, we're in partnership to build and operate the property together. And in fact, it's a great testament to the partnership that we have with Ladun that even before we've opened our first property together, we've actually signed with Ladun once again for our second properties in Suleymaniya in Riyadh. It's a real testament to the quality and the strength of that relationship that we've gone from 1 to 2 even before we've started opening the first one.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about property number 2. So this is Cheval Maison Suleymaniya, which is going to open in 2028, you've been telling us. What's the attraction to that particular area of Riyadh, would you say?
Our properties are very unique. Each property is totally different, which actually is one of the reasons that sets us apart, particularly in the luxury end of the market. And we attract a very diverse segmentation around the world. We attract diverse guests from over 150 countries. So actually, Cheval Ladun Living, our first property, is a beautiful glass tower with a range of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, beautiful swimming pool, F&B facilities, leisure facilities such as a gym. So, and that's very closely located to the King Abdullah Financial District. So that's quite a particular property that will attract a particular set of guests. What attracts us to Suleymaniya is actually that's going to be a very low rise, whitewashed sort of feeling with some palm trees and some exterior space, also studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms, some F&B outlet options, but very, very different to the big glass tower because some of our guests like a quieter district. They like to be a little bit away from, with close accessibility to popular areas, but just a little bit set back from that with more of a residential feel, more attracting the sort of the long stay luxury guests. So that's why we were attracted to, we were delighted to be building in Suleymaniya, but also we give our guests choice between those 2 quite different properties. Okay, I mean, there's lots on the market, isn't there? There's lots of options for long-term living in Saudi Arabia and in the other markets where you operate. What sets Cheval apart, would you say? Cheval, actually, the feedback we've had is Cheval is very unique because we are hospitality-led long-term living. We're not rentals, we're not residential. We are service long-term accommodation at the luxury end. So actually, Cheval is very unique in that space. And I would say that would be true in terms of renting apartments, renting properties around the world with our offering. But also, we are now entering the branded residences space where you can have the opportunity to buy a Cheval apartment and then live in that over the long term and benefit from all of our services, from our loyalty program, Cheval Discovery, but also then to give that back to us to rent out to generate some incremental revenue. So being in the long stay luxury living for so long, over 40 years, we feel it's a really natural extension to our offering. And actually, we're at quite advanced negotiation on further properties that we've yet to announce in Saudi Arabia as well. Okay, I mean, you're sort of describing what I'm imagining there is a sort of a bit of a lifestyle choice as well as a place to live with the hospitalities I mentioned that you've been talking about. So that being the case, who's your sort of target customer? Do you have someone in mind when you're sort of creating that service proposition? We look at the markets carefully where we open about who we're going to service, what segments are going to come and stay. And I think particularly for Saudi Arabia, we already get a lot of Saudi Arabian nationals staying at our properties in the Middle East, in Dubai and in London. So we're a well-known brand domestically. We are expecting a lot of domestic business in Saudi Arabia because we are quite unique in the market. So we expect to be very popular and we're already getting a lot of inquiries, to be honest, even before opening. But also, from an international perspective, we attract corporate guests, we attract leisure guests, we attract diplomatic, business, medical stays, entertainment. You know, when companies are shooting a film and the A-listers need somewhere that's that top luxury space to stay. So we attract a very diverse audience, and we expect to do the same in Saudi Arabia, both attracting international travelers, which supports Vision 2030, but also supporting a dynamic domestic market. Okay, and just lastly, can you give us any clues as to what's in the pipeline for Cheval, especially here in Saudi Arabia? You've mentioned those 2 properties. Anything else on the horizon? Well, I mean, Riyadh is a huge city and very diverse in terms of the different demand audiences in the different parts of the city. So we are looking at other opportunities in Riyadh, but we're also looking at opportunities in Jeddah, in Medina, and of course in Makkah as well. So we are very focused and attracted by the opportunities provided by Saudi Arabia. We've had such a positive response from the market, both with existing partners such as Ladun, but also with other investors and other owners. So those are the destinations we're looking at, and we hope to have some news for you soon for our subsequent properties. Okay, I said that was the last question, but it wasn't. I wanted to ask you as well, very briefly, what impact have you been seeing on your bottom line from the current geopolitical turmoil particularly in this part of the world? Our model is actually very resilient in these sorts of situations. We had it in COVID as well because it's a long stay proposition. Our guests live with us. Some stay on short-term basis, but at this stage of the game, our guests live with us. They're not going anywhere. So actually, our trading and our occupancies have held up very well. We're cash positive. So despite the current situation, long stay, in particularly with hospitality-led service departments, is trading much better than the rest of the market.
Okay, well, that really was the last question. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Nick Pilbeam, the Chief Commercial Officer at Cheval Collection.
Thank you very much.
And finally, last week was International Dark Sky Week. Now, that is a global campaign highlighting light pollution. Well, the campaign has spotlighted Saudi Arabia's growing role in astro-tourism, where the night sky is the main attraction. Well, some of the clearest skies on Earth can be seen from Alula, and that's helping to position the kingdom as a leading destination for stargazing. Well, last year, Saudi Arabia welcomed 122 million visitors, moving closer to its Vision 2030 target of 150 million. With astro-tourism, perhaps, well, that's a new expression for me, astro-tourism, perhaps giving the numbers of tourists a little bit of a boost. Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this interview. Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
We will return to the fund's new strategy or its next phase shortly. But specifically regarding the war, Your Excellency, were there any initial commitments to external deals that are now being reconsidered due to the impact of the war?
Some deals and investments are being reviewed, whether due to the war or for reasons related to economic feasibility. We continuously reassess our priorities and existing investments. I cannot say that we cancel a specific investment in favor of another, as this process is inherently dynamic, both in times of war and under normal circumstances. However, it is certain that the presence of war places greater pressure on the need to reposition certain priorities.
And where do the priorities lie?
Priorities are naturally defined based on national needs and aligned with the requirements of the national economy, which constitutes a key priority for us. We do not operate solely as financial investors. Rather, our role extends beyond that. Since the fund's establishment, the objective has not been limited to generating financial returns. While returns are an important part of the fund's goals, they are not the only objective.
Financial returns and developmental objectives for the fund. Based on that, how do you measure performance? And what KPIs do you rely on to assess what has been achieved for the Saudi economy?
KPIs are significant in light of what has been achieved. To answer this question, it is important to review the fund's stages of development since its establishment in 1971. In its early years, the fund focused on developing the local economy, particularly in the financial sector, the petrochemical sector, and infrastructure projects such as railways, playing a clear role in driving development. In 2015, a major transformation took place. Developmental goals were no longer the sole objective, but became part of a broader framework that also includes economic feasibility. Limiting objectives to development alone would mean overlooking the economic viability of projects. In 2015, following the transfer of the fund from the Ministry of Finance to the oversight of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs, work began on redefining its strategy for the 2018 to 2020 period as part of this transformation phase. During this transformation period, we established several companies and major projects. Among the largest globally were launched, including NEOM, the Red Sea Project, and Qiddiya. The fund also strengthened its partnerships locally and internationally, contributed to the creation of significant job opportunities, and enhanced collaboration with the private sector. At the start of 2021, the fund entered the third phase of its strategic development for the 2021 to 2025 period, marking a stage of expansion and growth while building on the achievements of previous phases. Several national companies were launched, including Roshen, Humine, and Savvy, while existing companies such as ACWA Power, Bari, and Ma'aden were further enabled and developed, with the fund playing a key role in expanding their operations and strengthening their impact. The current strategy, covering the period from 2026 to 2030, builds on this trajectory and focuses on transforming 13 strategic sectors into 6 integrated economic ecosystems.
On what basis were these ecosystems selected?
To answer this question logically, it is important to explain how the fund's investment structure has evolved. In the early phase of its strategy, the approach was based on a geographic allocation of investment objectives. The fund had 6 investment portfolios, 2 dedicated to international investments, 2 to domestic investments, and 2 to local real estate investments, including a dedicated portfolio for mega projects. We have now moved to implementing 3 main portfolios: the Vision Portfolio, the Strategic Investment Portfolio, and the Financial Investment Portfolio. Each of these portfolios has distinct investment objectives, although all are ultimately aimed at delivering strong financial returns. The Vision Portfolio focuses on enhancing integration across priority strategic sectors for the Saudi economy and the Public Investment Fund. It also aims to maximize value for the fund's companies and support local economic growth through the development of integrated economic ecosystems, numbering around 6. The second portfolio, which is the Strategic Investment Portfolio, focuses on managing and maximizing returns from strategic assets, while also increasing the economic impact of the fund's companies. The third portfolio, the Financial Investment Portfolio, is primarily focused on generating financial returns, both domestically and internationally.
Since the transformation, the fund has achieved average returns of around 7%. Are you now targeting higher returns than that?
Overall, yes. Let me provide a historical overview of the fund's achievements. The fund's AUM, or Assets Under Management, has grown from approximately 500 billion Saudi riyal in 2015 to more than 3 trillion riyal. Total shareholder returns have averaged around 7% annually. Approximately 750 billion Saudi riyals have been invested domestically, contributing an estimated 910 billion riyal to the GDP. Most importantly, local content has reached around 590 billion Saudi riyal. These indicators contribute to enhancing what is known as economic complexity, as the focus is not solely on GDP growth, but also on the diversification and sophistication of the economy, with local content being a key pillar of this concept. In addition, a number of global asset managers and investment funds have established regional headquarters within the kingdom. Also, from 2021 to 2025, foreign investments exceeding 75 billion riyals were brought into the Saudi market, with support from the fund.
Is foreign investor appetite today affected by the war?
Certainly, investor appetite is affected across the board, not just among foreign investors. Even European investors within Europe see shifts in sentiment, as do investors in Asia, whether in China, South Korea, Japan, or Indonesia. Everyone is impacted. That is because the war is not taking place in a remote region, but in one of the world's most critical areas for supplying essential commodities, including oil, gas, and their derivatives, as well as industrial fertilizers. As a result, it is only natural that the situation is having a clear impact.
Your Excellency, does the new strategy include any changes in the scale of investments to be deployed domestically compared to other investments?
In fact, this approach has been in place from the outset and is something we continue to build on. It has been reflected in the restructuring of investment portfolios into three main categories: the Vision portfolio, the Strategic Investments portfolio, and the Financial Investments portfolio. Our primary focus remains on the Saudi economy by strengthening local investments in a way that delivers strong financial and commercial returns.
Is there a target ratio for the allocation of domestic investments?
From the outset, we announced that approximately 80% of investments would be domestic, compared to 20% allocated to international investments. Historically, the fund's focus on domestic investment was around 98.5% before international investments increased to approximately 30%. However, this does not mean reducing the absolute value of investments. Amounts may continue to increase, even if the percentage declines, as assets under management is expected to grow in the coming years. Therefore, even with a lower percentage, the total value of investments can still rise.
Your Excellency, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen some significant exits from the local market, particularly in the stock market, most notably the full exit from SABEC, as well as a reduction in your stake in STC. Could we see similar exits going forward?
Certainly.
This year?
I can't say whether it's this or the next, but in general, our investments go through around 7 stages, starting with the initial investment concept, followed by preliminary and detailed feasibility studies, then execution of the deal or project, company establishment, performance monitoring, and finally the 7th and most important stage, the sale. These stages are structured this way because exit or sale is a fundamental part of the investment cycle. No investor holds a single investment indefinitely. For example, we saw that SABEC had reached a suitable stage for us to exit, and that its transition to Aramco would create greater synergies between the two. As a result, we recycled the proceeds from that exit into new investments. Similarly, in telecoms companies or others, we reduce our stakes and redirect those investments into new or existing companies, with the aim of expanding our investment scope and maximizing returns.
Your Excellency, even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Ma'aden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process driven by emerging global priorities.
So, artificial intelligence is a priority today. Could defense also be a priority?
Defense is certainly one of our key priorities. It has been important in the past, but it carries even greater significance today. We have SAMI, a company specialized in defense industries. It falls under the third sector, which is advanced industries and innovation. This ecosystem also includes companies such as Humane, Tazaru, Sear, Sami, and Lefera in the healthcare sector.
Your Excellency, we have heard a lot about the reassessment of some major projects, or even the cancellation of some. Are these reports accurate?
This reinforces what we consistently emphasize. We continuously review our priorities. We rely on top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach is driven by the Public Investment Funds Board, where strategic directions and priorities are defined. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, originates from the companies and projects themselves, with recommendations based on operational and investment realities. Accordingly, guidance is provided to our portfolio companies, and projects are reassessed in terms of their financing structure, whether they are fully funded through equity, through debt and loans, or by bringing in partners through joint ventures. As a result, there is always an ongoing review of how investments are directed. While the overall scale of a project may not necessarily decrease, but the level of capital investment from our side may be reduced.
For example, NEOM specifically. NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality, it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Roshan, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
Your Excellency, let us move to the final topic in this interview, one that concerns a wide segment of viewers and has recently sparked debate, the sports sector. Specifically, the fund's investments in major football clubs, where questions have been raised about a lack of parity and fairness in spending among these clubs. How do you respond to that?
I don't think this is true. When comparing clubs within the kingdom to their counterparts in Europe, we see that systems such as financial fair play are implemented there. In Saudi Arabia, we aim to adopt similar frameworks once we reach a comparable level, in coordination with the relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Ministry of Sport and the Football Federation. In general, club revenues are derived from ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandise, and sponsorships. In Saudi Arabia, this is further supplemented by support from board members, as well as contributions from fans, which often come in the form of donations or financial backing. Naturally, clubs differ in the scale of these resources. Some receive greater support from their fan base or board members than others, which directly impacts their spending capacity. As for the fund, it invests in club companies at relatively similar levels. However, we cannot control donations or external contributions that fall outside its investment framework, whether from honorary members or fans.
However, the primary objective for these clubs remains their privatization and eventual sale. Are there serious negotiations underway in this regard?
Yes, there are ongoing negotiations, and we expect, God willing, to announce within the next 2 days the sale of our stake in one of the clubs.
Can we know the name of the club?
You will find out within the next 2 days, God willing.
And are there other deals that could be completed this year?
As mentioned earlier, our investments go through several stages, with the 7th being exit or divestment. We entered the club sector with the objective of improving governance, which was previously quite weak but has now significantly improved. We have also worked on enhancing financial sustainability and increasing club revenues, particularly on match days, where revenues have risen by approximately 120%, more than double. We are gradually moving toward the privatization of these clubs. While we may retain certain stakes, we will not remain the majority owner.
Your Excellency Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
We haven't finished the job. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told a Memorial Day gathering that he has no intention of giving up the fight against Iran. So what does that mean for US efforts to end the war? Israel isn't at the negotiating table, but its shadow looms large. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures. including Donald Trump, during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. He doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
We haven't finished the job. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told a Memorial Day gathering that he has no intention of giving up the fight against Iran. So what does that mean for US efforts to end the war? Israel isn't at the negotiating table, but its shadow looms large. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. US President Donald Trump says he's been using his 2-week ceasefire with Iran to restock his military capabilities to ensure maximum pressure. Israel says, ceasefire or not, it still has work to do in Iran.
Our pilots control the skies of the region. It's definitive proof of our superiority over the Iranian axis. We have not yet finished the job, but the world already recognizes our determination to defend ourselves and to defend humanity from barbaric fanaticism.
It's little wonder then that round 2 of negotiations has been approached with a distinct lack of trust from all sides. Going into the talks, the US president says he wasn't particularly interested in extending the ceasefire. So, regardless of their success or failure, is the most realistic outcome a frozen conflict? On this episode, we'll ask our panel, are we on the brink of a return to war? Is a ceasefire destined to fail if Israel isn't consulted? And will Israel accept anything less than the complete dismantling of Iran's leadership? Joining the discussion is Tobias Ellwood, a former British Middle East minister and Conservative MP. Avital Leibovich is back with us, a former Israeli military spokesperson and director of the American Jewish Committee in Israel. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Cyrus Jansen, host of the Let's Talk Geopolitics on the Cyrus Jansen YouTube channel. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Thanks for being here. Iran says it has its hand on the trigger. The US says it's ready to start bombing again. No matter what comes out of Islamabad round 2, the region will ill ill at ease. Both sides have accused the other of ceasefire violations and negotiating in bad faith. They don't seem to have bridged any of their divides since the previous round and remain intransigent on major sticking points, particularly Iran's nuclear enrichment. Add to that the fact that the US has deployed more troops and resources to the region. So, Tobias, are we on the brink of a return to war?
Well, good evening. And that is the big question that we're all looking out for. My initial assumption is no. I think both sides are exhausted by where we've got to. This has been demoralizing for America, not achieving any clear objectives whatsoever, surprised that Iran is still in place. The regime is still calling the shots, able to absolutely advance its influence across the Strait of Hormuz with knock-on economic consequences that we're all feeling, and greater pressure, therefore, placed on America. It's also hitting the domestic audience in the United States. They see this as an unpopular war, and therefore Donald Trump is picking up on this. He's got the midterms soon. He's got a visit by King Charles as well. He doesn't want these things distracting these bigger issues he now needs to focus on. And on the Iran side, of course, they don't want to return to war. It has been economically and military pummeling for them, hugely detrimental. But ultimately, they are wanting to survive and move on to claim some form of economic reparations to pay for the rebuilding of Iran. Let's bear in mind, you've had 4 or 5 decades of difference of opinion between America and Iran. There's simply no way that peace talks are going to reconcile absolutely everything. Donald Trump wants a quick deal, but no peace deal, long-term solution is created overnight. We need those 60 days, which has been talked about, to allow the detailed discussions to commence in order to work out, to see whether or not there is some form of agreement, some sort of middle road, compromise that can be finally ratified from both sides, supporting where this might go. If that doesn't happen, then yes, we could see a return to war.
Avatar, what do you think? Have the objectives not been achieved so far, and therefore is a return to war inevitable if the US and Israel want to achieve those objectives?
So I would say there are 3 options. Option number 1 is some sort of a unilateral ending to the war by the US, some sort of declaration about the achievements. And by the way, there were many, many operational military achievements. There's no doubt about that. That's one option. Option number 2 is reaching some sort of an agreement, a diplomatic agreement. Unfortunately, the way I analyze the situation is that where the Iranians have been in February, in those 2 rounds of talks in Oman and in Geneva, it's exactly where they are today. So I don't see really a high percentage of success for the second option. And the third option is returning or resuming some kind of fighting a war status. And even here, we have a few options. It doesn't have to return to the first 40 days in which 24/7 there was one aerial attack after another the whole day. That doesn't have to be the same repetition. We can also talk about a different set of targets. For example, civilian targets, for example, bridges, energy plantations, different kinds of water desalination. Usually these kind of targets are not being used at the first and even second stages of the war because of the civilian impact. But maybe the US plans to give some sort of very direct attacks, few hours, 1 or 2 days, and stop and wait to see how the Iranians would react. Now, from an Israeli perspective, the main achievement of the war has not been reached yet, and that is putting the hands on those 440 kilograms of enriched uraniums. According to the estimation here in Israel, this amount of kilograms is sufficient for 10 to 11 nuclear bombs. And obviously, this is the main existential threat for Israel. We can live with the proxies, we can live with ballistic missiles, but this is something Israel cannot afford to have staying in Iran. And of course, not reaching hands of other unfriendly countries like Pakistan, for example. And one last thing about the referring to the previous speaker, I don't think anybody's exhausted, honestly. Not in Israel and not in the US. On the contrary, this 10 days of a ceasefire actually gives an opportunity to the troops on the ground to replan, add targets, refuel, have more ammunition. So I don't think this is really the issue. But as I said, these are the 3 options I could see in the near future.
Okay. Cyrus, round us out. What do you make of what Avital and Tobias have said, particularly that the US is... I'm going to return actually specifically to that nuclear issue that Avital raised a little bit later on, so I'll put a pin in that. But with regards to the fact that the US and Israel aren't exhausted, they're happy to continue fighting on. Is Iran exhausted, or do you think that they're keen for a deal? And what about Avital's option 3 there, that might not be endured fighting, but very targeted fighting in a very different sense that could be much more detrimental to Iran?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Tobias in his analysis in the sense that there hasn't really been a large military objective achieved at this point. I mean, yes, we can say that the United States military has hit a lot of targets. I mean, we are very good at bombing things up. Yes, we've hit a lot of things in Iran. The reality is that they still control a tremendous amount of missiles. They still have a tremendous amount of power to be able to control the Strait of Hormuz. And the issue that we have right here is that we're looking at a zero-sum game, right? We have the United States that has said, you know, this is what we want, right? And Donald Trump is absolutely desperate for a deal. He wants to get, he needs a win. He needs a geopolitical win. To say that the Americans are not getting exhausted from this war is complete nonsense. I'm on the ground here in the United States. The chatter here amongst Americans, this is a absolutely unpopular war.
I'm on the ground here with the American forces, and I don't see anybody exhausted. On the contrary, CENTCOM commander was here last week and actually sat with the Israelis and coordinated the next steps.
Yeah, you're on the ground with maybe U.S. troops who are deployed there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm here in the United States talking to American citizens, and the problem is that 70% of U.S. citizens do not support this war. They don't believe that Donald Trump has handled this in a correct way because the #1 campaign promise was no new wars. And we're seeing the United States economy is not being prioritized. We're seeing a tremendous amount of insider trading. The BBC just came out with a massive report talking about the insider trading that's going on. We can see this. Look at the last few Fridays. Every Friday, there's a positive announcement from Donald Trump that doesn't really materialize into anything. And it doesn't surprise me, this option 3 saying, hey, we can target bridges and energy grids and we can target desalination plants, because those are considered war crimes if you're doing that against there. So that is not an option. And, you know, this is exactly what the president had done. I mean, he sent out a tweet basically saying, look, we are going to annihilate an entire civilization of 93 million people. Just by tweeting that as the president of the United States, that could be construed as a war crime. So, yeah, it's going to go further and further down this escalation trap. The ceasefire deal is not going to last because the United States and Israel, they want to get their hands on that enriched uranium. But for Iran, this is a fight for survival. They're not going to give up, even if it causes them economic pain, which they've certainly had. They see this as an existential threat. And, you know, again, look at what's happened to them. They continue to get attacked by the United States. And so they don't want to keep fighting this war. They want to end this so that in the future that no American president is going to be able to do this again.
Tobias, I could see you having a chuckle and wanting to weigh in there. What do you make of what Cyrus and Avital have said? I mean, the American public might be getting tired of this war, but President Trump, this is political survival for him as well. So he's probably not feeling any desire to you know, not succeed.
Yeah, I don't think the people that you need to be sort of rallying opinion from are those people who are keen to fight, who have got the weapon systems and so forth. It is the people back in America who are feeling the economic pain because of the petrol pump, you know, the gas prices going up, the economic hardship. And it isn't just America. Over here in the UK, it's having a massive impact. Inflationary targets have now gone out the window because of the war in Iran, with no clear signs that it's going to clear up at all. We have about, I think, 6 weeks of aviation fuel, and then we'll run out. That's huge. That's going to have a massive impact. Fertilizers and so forth, diesel, which a lot of our cars run from, we're going to run out of these things. And that's just Britain. Right across the world, this is rippling and having an impact. That's the pressure that Donald Trump needs to be aware of. Maybe he doesn't care, but he should do, because this is actually a wider geopolitical demise of the West being able to do business together and stand up to challenge those asymmetric threats and the geopolitical change that we're seeing as the rise of China and what Russia is doing as well, all because of this Iran war, a war of choice. And that bottom line is that, yes, Iran is on the back foot militarily and economically, but geopolitically, it is now claiming to own and operate to some degree the Strait of Hormuz. And that is a global choke point. And I'm afraid Donald Trump has sacked the very people in the State Department, hundreds of specialists, Middle East specialists that worked in the State Department that Marco Rubio got rid of. I think it was under the DOGE process, meaning that he's not getting the advice that he needs to hear to help him articulate the type of strategy that will take us into a better place. I absolutely agree that the pursuit of nuclear weapon is the game-changing thing that we need to be concerned about. But I would add to that, as an objective, is the removal of an ayatollah, of a theocratic dictator in charge of a country in the 21st century. That isn't even on Trump's radar. He's quite happy for another ayatollah to replace the one that was killed. Yet, why isn't that an objective? Getting the regime to have a different approach. Prior to 79, the country had its problems, but ultimately it had a very different outlook than it does today. Why aren't we working about that? And to dismiss those proxy terrorist operations, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, to say we can live with that. That is shocking, I have to say, from a British perspective, because this is extremism that, again, ripples up onto the shores right across Europe as well. So there's a grander picture here, a geopolitical challenge, which Donald Trump clearly hasn't got his head round. He's getting bored, he's getting irritated, and he's looking for an off-ramp. That's my reading of where things currently are.
Avatar, what do you think? Do you think that President Trump is more desperate to make a deal than Iran? And that might not end up as a good deal for Israel.
Look, I'm listening to Tobias, and I agree with some of the things that, Tobias, you're saying, especially about the proxies. And then I asked myself, where was Europe? Where was Europe for 47 years since the Ayatollah regime in Iran changed? Where were they for the last 44 years when Hezbollah built itself? Where were they when Iran did year after year plots and attacks and planned different kinds of terror attacks all over Europe, not only in the UK, but many other countries as well? In other words, what you are saying, what I'm hearing, the worst thing is the economic issue. And it's not the worst thing because our proportions is different. This is a country that is calling for our annihilation for 47 years, and the U.S. as well. When we fight Iran, when we fight Hezbollah, when we fight the Houthis, it's the blood of our kids. It's not an economic issue for us. Yes, we also pay more gas, but it's our survival at the end of the day as a state, and we are just celebrating today 78 years of our independence, and we're still fighting in so many fronts. So my point is that what happens here in the region does not stay here. And the fact that Iran has ballistic missiles to a range of 3,000 and 4,000 kilometers, this is not a new thing. This is not from last year. And Europe is not doing anything about it. And the trade continues with Iran, with an average of $4.5 billion a year from the EU and Iran. So let's focus on economy. This is really not the main issue. Iran is a global threat. By the way, Trump has been saying this since 2011, even before he became president. Actually, if it's one thing that is consistent with Trump, is that he says a nuclear Iran is a global threat. So my understanding is that we are alone here. Israel is alone with the US, and the rest of the world is just watching as if it's not a part of their interests. And I think this is a huge mistake. We could have joined arms here. We could have done this together. We can have done this in Lebanon many years ago. We can have done it with the Houthis in Yemen. But no, we are doing it mainly on our own.
Okay. Before I come back to, who wants the deal more, Tobias, respond to that.
Just to say, firstly, I partially agree with the absence of Europe, of the West, in pushing back on these three proxies. I would say Britain has been there. British Navy has been involved in hitting the Houthis in Yemen. We have a historical relationship with that country and indeed working with our allies. And it is a tragedy. I was Middle East minister for many years, and it saddened me to visit Lebanon and see that no effort was made to somehow support the true Lebanese in dealing with what's more than a militia. People don't, you would understand this, but people in Britain don't understand that this is more than just a paramilitary. They have parliamentary seats. They run part of the country. They're involved in coalitions. How could that possibly be that we end up allowing an extremist operator to be able to have such influence in a country such as Lebanon? And when Soleimani was killed, I thought that was a massive opportunity, missed opportunity, not just for the West, but indeed for the United States under Trump 1.0. Why didn't we do more then? So I don't think it's just Europe. I think collectively we've not done enough, possibly because we've been distracted by other aspects across the world, now heavily involved with Ukraine and dealing with Russia, Bosnia and so forth. But I don't disagree that pursuit of a nuclear weapon would be game-changing, and we're absolutely with you. My real pushback is the fact that America chose to charge in to bomb Iran without consultation with Britain. Now, rarely has that ever happened before. Since 1945, we've been that valued ally that offers alternative thought. You know, instead of landing in Calais in the D-Day landings in 1944, let's go to Normandy. Why? Well, because that's the advice that we'd give quietly into the ear of the president of the day. We've been ignored. Our views, we have connectivity, history across the Middle East, as Israel, of all nations, is well aware of. And yet Britain was sidelined, as was all these other countries as well. So it's difficult for us to play catch-up to then persuade Donald Trump to think differently. I would like to see nothing more than regime change in Iran. That's not even being discussed now. You change the regime, you change the attitude on whether they might pursue a nuclear weapon or not. But that's not even been discussed here. It's not even been mentioned even in this conversation that we're having today.
We are going to come to nuclear. I am going to come back to that. But before we get onto it, I just want, Cyrus, you to be able to weigh in on some of that. Could the EU should it have been a stronger partner, as Avital have said? Were they sidelined? And who do you think wants this deal more, the US or Iran?
Well, I think Tobias really hit the nail on the head there when he said that Donald Trump did not even consult Britain. But what we've seen is that Donald Trump does not care about our allies around the world, right? I mean, look at what Donald Trump has done during this second administration, right? I mean, he's attacked the sovereignty of Canada, the United States' largest trading partner. He started a military operation in Venezuela. He's threatened to invade Greenland, which is a NATO member. He's disrespected all Europeans. I mean, right now, there's a new survey from Politico where you talked about UK, France, Germany, these countries, and Canada, these four countries, they now say that it's better to depend on China than it is to depend on the United States under Donald Trump. Okay, that's a tremendous shift that has happened. This is one of the biggest polls that's trending right now on Twitter. And this is what's happened under Donald Trump's leadership. It's failed leadership. Like Tobias said, day one, we killed the Ayatollah, and Donald Trump announced, okay, regime change is the goal. Iranian people, go grab your freedom. It's there for you to take. How? What are they going to do? How is regime change going to happen? Then the next day pivots, okay, regime change is not actually what we're after. So this is, and this is the problem, is that this has never been Donald Trump's goal, is to bring regime change. Like you had mentioned, he's perfectly happy with having the Ayatollah there. He doesn't give a crap about that. He doesn't care about regime change. It's never about that. Right now, he has escalated to a point where he needs an off-ramp, or else it's going to be a political suicide for him. He's trending so far down in the polls right now. The midterms are coming. He's going to get steamrolled by the Democrats and then potentially going to be impeached as a result of this. So for him, he's desperate to find some type of political win, something to sell the American public, because as of right now, there's nothing that the American public are looking at that this has been a success, or what do we, day 52, day 53, right? I mean, to this point, there's nothing that the American public is believing this is successful. And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, American people are concerned about their lives here, and they're saying this was not necessary. And let's also talk about the fact that you cannot launch an air campaign and have it result in a regime change. It doesn't work like that. It's never worked. In the last 100 years, it's never worked anywhere. The only time that we've gotten a regime change was World War II, when we put U.S. troops on the ground and obviously fought World War II, which was a tremendous effort. It obviously impacted the whole globe. So this was a total miscalculation from the United States. They said very early on that they looked at Iran like Venezuela, right? Venezuela was a very fine-run military operation. You can go in, capture Maduro, basically, take control of the oil, and off you go. It's a huge win. Not a big deal. Venezuela was in the news for a couple of days. We don't even hear about it anymore. But Iran is a different animal, and it's a total miscalculation from the Trump administration.
I do want just to comment briefly. I do think Iran is a totally different story. Of course, there's no way to compare between the two. There's no question about it. But just to close this issue of EU, there were two meetings today that took place. It seemed like it's a parallel reality, two meetings in a parallel reality. One was by EU foreign ministers, and this was led by Spain. And the main goal of the meeting, among other things, was to vote on breaking economic ties with Israel. At the same time, there was a meeting of Arab countries' foreign ministers. This was orchestrated by Bahrain. And they agreed to issue a statement to the UN Security Council condemning Iran for its malign activities in all of their capitals, in all of their countries. So we are looking at two groups of countries which totally live in a different reality, different circumstances. And this is really maybe a little taste of the fact that the world does not completely understand what is Iran all about. 47 years of building its arsenal. This is not something, of course, you can finish.
Though, in global history, that countries are going to have different opinions and different perspectives as to who they think is causing them the most harm. I mean, the Gulf states are the countries that bore the brunt of a lot of this conflict for a war that they were actively trying to avoid.
No, with the Gulf states, I have no problem with. I have the problem with the EU foreign ministers. And by the way, don't get me wrong, I'm very much in support of transatlantic relations, US and Europe. And I'm a big supporter of Europe and Israel-EU relations. EU is the biggest trade partner for Israel, and this is something that we need to keep in mind. There are many, many joint ventures between Israel and EU countries. But the issue is that instead of putting your finger on the problem, you're blaming Israel. And that's what the EU countries are trying to do in that meeting, while the Arab countries understand that they share the same enemy. And that's the problem I have, because this is really a lack of fundamental understanding of the severity of the situation. And of course, I agree with you. There's no way we can change a regime in 40 days or 50 days or maybe in a few months. And this has not been actually Israel's goals. But the main goal of the enriched uranium, this cannot stay in the hands of Iran. This simply cannot stay there.
Okay, well, I have been saying we'll come back to nuclear, so I was going to move us on to our next topic, but let's just tackle that nuclear question first. Tobias, this seems to be one of the sticking points that remains, and it seems as if we're back at the, well, allegedly, back at the negotiating table without much progress on that being made at all. Should Iran be allowed to have any nuclear enrichment?
The straight answer is no. And from what I understood, after the 12-day war, I think it was called, then the ability for Iran to pursue a nuclear weapon was severely set back. If there was
nuclear weapons aside, even a civilian, nuclear operation, which is globally any country's right.
Well, when you speak to the head of the IAEA, he has confidence that if he has proper access, then there is the ability for any country to pursue civil nuclear power in a peaceful way to make sure that everything is monitored and so forth. I personally don't have a problem with that, although there's a massive trust issue with Iran. I would not like to see anytime soon a pursuit of that. Interestingly, it was President Ford back in before 1979 that actually helped Iran develop its first nuclear capability. Germany, I think, was involved as well. But the trust element is huge. Understandably, from Israel's perspective, very nervous about the clandestine approach that Iran has pursued. It's been concerning that they've managed to upgrade enriched uranium close to weapons grade, despite the promises not to do so. When inspectors were in the country, then we were in a far better place. So whatever happens, I would like to see the UN inspectors allowed to be back into the country so they can scan the area. And they're very, very good at their job. But ultimately, it goes back to a regime and the trust you place in the regime as well. A lot of dismiss the previous nuclear deal, which I was partially involved with as a minister in the UK, has been dismissed as it never worked. It was the only agreement ever that the Ayatollah agreed to say we're actually going to we're no longer going to pursue a nuclear weapon, but in exchange for the international community to start trading properly. I was supposed to be on the first airplane of an Airbus, a civilian Airbus, to be sent to Iran as part of their new fleet of Iranian civil aircraft. And it was cancelled because no deals could be made because of legacy sanctions to do with finances that prevented any company from Airbus, Renault, all the big companies were not allowed to do business with Iran because of legacy sanctions. So the Iranian hardliners, just to finish this, the Iranian hardliners then turned around to their president and the Ayatollah to say, why on earth did you bother signing this nuclear deal when the West, the Americans, have now then fallen on their side of the bargain to help us rebuild our economy by allowing these big international businesses in? And so that is the heart of where the last deal failed. It was because we didn't actually agree our side of the bargain. It's lost in time now. It's all dismissed by Obama saying it was all going to fail. But there's a lot more nuance there. And I'm saddened that we didn't move forward because it is building that trust that is required. But there's a quid pro quo there. And that quid pro quo clearly is the economy. That's now Iran's Achilles heel. They are desperate to get their economy going. That's what we should be working towards.
Avital, do the Western allies have some sort of responsibility in the breakdown of that nuclear trust, as Tobias has sort of said there? I mean, whether or not Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon, they say they weren't. Does the West have to shoulder some responsibility for maybe driving them to that?
Look, I wouldn't trust the Ayatollah regime for any kind of uranium enrichment. Civilian, by the way, I don't understand the reason why they would need civilian, but let's put it aside for a minute. Just chemotherapy? I don't know. Looking at the Revolutionary Guards, which are the main dividers of the economy in the country, let's put it diplomatically that the people of Iran are not the top priority for them. So I would not trust the regime or the following Ayatollah, the Mujtaba, who is currently lying wounded somewhere, or whoever will replace him at some times. If it's the same kind of regime, the Ayatollah regime, I would not trust them for anything. And by the way, I read the IAEA reports, and even there, the head of the IAEA says and complained numerous times that they are not permitted to enter every single place. And there are always places which Iran has been hiding from the inspectors. So would I put my money on the inspection process? No. Yes, it's better than nothing, but I would not trust them 100% as a prevention tool. And there's another issue we need to keep in mind. Some of the countries here in the region are not stable. Do we really want some crazy leaders here, which are unstable, to begin some sort of a nuclear race in the region? I think not.
Okay. All right. I'm going to quickly move it to Cyrus because I want to make sure we have enough time on our final topic. Cyrus, I mean, Iran didn't uphold all of its end of the bargain there. IAEA did have some legitimate concerns. Should they be allowed to have any nuclear enrichment if they didn't uphold the bargain last time?
Well, again, I think Tobias hit the nail on the head, is that a lot of the problems here, again, going back to the Western problems, we have this negotiation, but, the biggest thing that they're going to need in return is they want to be able to be unsanctioned. They want to be able to trade, right? They have not been able to use the U.S. dollar or conduct trade in a normal way that most countries are able to do. The previous Ayatollah has said that he was not pursuing a nuclear deal. I mean, the biggest thing is we have to look at, again, the words from Donald Trump. During this 12-day war, he came out and said, and it's on the White House still to this day, about that operation, that we have completely obliterated Iran's nuclear capability, and anything besides that is fake news. So if you hear any other sources about that, this is fake news. This is from the Trump administration himself. In addition to that, we also saw Joe Kent, who was the head person from the United States government in charge of this operation, resigned because he said, I can't do this job anymore because Iran did not pose a threat to the United States. We did not need to start this war. This is complete nonsense what we're doing. And he had to resign. And he's now become very vocal about just advocating what's really going on inside this Trump administration. So we talk about leaders that are, that are acting irresponsibly. I mean, the biggest one is my president, Donald Trump, who continues to not have an objective of what he's doing. He is pissing off our allies across the world. The insider trading again. I mean, it's just a complete catastrophe for the United States. But again, if you continue to get attacked by the United States and Israel, you can certainly understand why there's a level of sovereignty from Iran, why they want to keep their enriched uranium. I'm not saying that they should or should not, but I can understand why they would want to, because from their perspective, look, you guys keep attacking us. And every time you say that they want to have a negotiation deal, in the back end, the United States military is planning another potential attack. I mean, we know that U.S. ground troops are actually preparing. They're more are mobilizing in the region. I think this continues to escalate. I think it escalates to a point where we see U.S. troops are going to be on the ground. This is not going to be a ceasefire. This is not going to end. I mean, it's going to continue to ramp up the escalation ladder.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's move specifically for an Israel focus for this last little chapter of the debate, because both the US and Iran may have approached this next round of talks with a lot of skepticism. But one major player in the conflict isn't even part of the official discussion, and that's Israel. During a Memorial Day speech, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu again said that Iran was preparing another Holocaust against Jewish people until Israel and the US stopped them. And he went on to say that Israel hasn't finished the job in Iran. Take a listen to part of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's speech.
We have removed this immediate threat, and we will continue to fight with all our strength against terror states and terrorists who deliberately target innocent civilians.
Avital, will Israel accept anything less than the total destruction of Iranian leadership to say that this has been a successful conflict? When Netanyahu says we still have work to do, will Israel be happy with anything less than a complete new Iranian leadership?
Well, the goal from an Israeli perspective, there were three goals, really. Goal number one, the most important one, is to take out from Iran the enriched uranium, those 440 kilograms, which are sufficient for 10 to 11 nuclear bombs. That's goal number one. Goal number two was to make sure that the proxies are no longer armed and trained and funded by Iran. And goal number three is to hit the ballistic missiles. These are the three goals. Altogether, if you tackle them all together, you can create conditions that one day will lead to the change of the regime. So that's not the immediate goal of Israel, the change of the regime. What Netanyahu means here, why is he saying that it's not complete? Because the enriched uranium is still in the hands of Iran. That's number one. Why is he saying that we may return? Because if the talks fail, or even if they reach an agreement, and the outcome is that the Iranians can still produce nuclear bombs tomorrow morning, in 2 weeks' time, in 3 months' time, then Israel maybe will have to return and finish this specific goal achievement. That's exactly what Netanyahu means here.
Mm-hmm. Tobias, is the ceasefire worth the paper it's written on, if in fact there is one, if Israel isn't part of the negotiations and an agreement? Because if, as Avital is saying, if Prime Minister Netanyahu has these goals that he wants to achieve, if they haven't been achieved and the US and Iran come to another agreement, if Israel isn't part of it, is it a moot point?
It is, and Israel does need to be a part. I would distinguish between what Netanyahu wants to achieve and what is good for Israel. I make that really, really clear because, it was mentioned about the EU having a difference of opinion with Israel. The difference of opinion is with Netanyahu and the fact that he wants to use military might in order to try and achieve geopolitical objectives. And that isn't the way you do it. You use it as a tool, but ultimately your mission must be political. And at the moment, it's unclear as to where this goes politically. How do you then get a regime to be more on side so they themselves don't want to pursue a nuclear weapon, rather than simply just bombing them every time they get close? That isn't a smart power. That really isn't. And there's no talk of soft power. It's been mentioned already. Donald Trump only wants to bomb from up on high, thinking he's going to affect the political outcomes on the ground. It doesn't work that way. And Netanyahu knows that too. Hezbollah is a great example. When did they form? Back in 1982. And again, every time they do something, and absolutely it's right that Israel pushes back, but doing it kinetically is not going to change their mindset. You kill them, they rearm and regroup, or a new generation is then inspired to fill those shoes. So you've got to go to the heart of the ideology and tackle the ideology. The same applies to Iran as well. Until you do that, then I'm afraid we're going to have this cycle of war continue, even if we have a ceasefire that's put into place for the next 60 days or so.
But Tobias, I agree with you completely. I just have to answer very shortly with your permission. I agree with you completely. A military campaign needs to end with a political solution. There is no question about it. But please zoom out for a few decades and you will see that's exactly what Israel did with Jordan and with Egypt. And Israel tried to do the same thing with Lebanon. You said rightly that Hezbollah was formed in 1982. In 1983, Israel already signed a peace agreement with Lebanon, which collapsed, of course. With Syria, we had an arrangement since 1974. And that was the quietest border we had until when? Until 2011, when they themselves had the civilian war. What I'm trying to say that not always with the changes that these countries undergo, with the divide inside these countries, with a very extreme ideology sometimes, and ideological leadership, it's not always possible to reach those political agreement, although this is the goal always, now, in the past, and that will be in the future.
Cyrus, given the political position that Netanyahu is in Israel, given his relationship with President Trump and the influence he has in the White House, do you think that there is any deal that Prime Minister Netanyahu would agree to?
I don't think so, because I think what we've seen from Israel over the last couple of years is that Netanyahu marches by the beat of his own drum. It's very difficult for President Trump at times to rein him in. It's going to be what Bibi Netanyahu wants. As we know, in the United States, Israel has a tremendous amount of power. The Israeli lobby influences a tremendous amount of politicians in this country. We've even had reports that Vice President J.D. Vance is giving daily updates to Benjamin Netanyahu on everything going forward. So, when we ask the question, should Israel be at this negotiating table? Should they be involved? They are involved because they are working very closely with the United States government. There's no secret there. But I think a bigger issue for Israel is that they have a very large PR campaign disaster right now, because a lot of countries around the world are not looking positively at Israel. We can go to the genocide that's unfolded in Gaza and the catastrophe that has happened there. A lot of people are just not sympathetic to the Israelis. Now, this is not an anti-Semitic comment. I'm not saying that they should not exist as a country, but this is the reality of the ground. Again, you talk to a lot of people on the ground here in America. They are not happy with the images coming out over the last 2.5 years from Gaza. I mean, this is, so again, it's like, great, now another war, now and more influence into American politics, now another solution where we see this is just, where's the exit ramp here? Where do we go from here? Again, it's just going to continue down this escalation ladder. So for me, I just continue to see, there's going to be no short-term solution to this. It will only continue to expound or continue to grow. And I think, again, I definitely believe that we're going to have U.S. troops in the ground as potentially, the deal breaker is going to be this uranium, right? That's the win that both Bibi and Trump need to have. If they were able to get access to that and secure that, they could spin it as a win. Then they can get the hell out of there. But until they are able to do that, then, it's just going to continue to escalate.
Avital, your response to that, given that the sticking point in the one of the sticking points in the last ceasefire was Israel and Lebanon, and that was allowed Iran to accuse the US and Israel of breaking the previous ceasefire. Is there anything that can be agreed to that Netanyahu will be happy with?
You know, I'll tell you one thing. It doesn't matter which president sits in the White House, and it doesn't matter which prime minister sits in Israel. You know, there were prime ministers before Netanyahu. There will be others after him. The same with President Trump. One thing hasn't changed, and that is the neighborhood here, and that is the enemies, the ideological haters of Israel that we sit here in our borders 2 hours from where I'm talking to you in Tel Aviv. And that will not change regardless of who sits where. Now, you mentioned Lebanon, and I did mention in 1983, Israel signed a historic peace agreement with Lebanon, which collapsed because of the Lebanese, because of internal issues in Lebanon. There was no support within the Lebanese population, the different sects for that agreement. In 2006, there was a UN resolution, 1701, which actually called to break Hezbollah and all other armed militias from weapons and have the Lebanese army control the borders. And that did not happen as well. And in November 2024, we had another ceasefire agreement, and that also was not respected by Lebanon. Now, all the same time, we have here thousands and thousands of rockets and explosive drones which are attacking us. As a matter of fact, in the last 50 days, Hezbollah fired more than 6,000 rockets at Israel, Israeli homes, Israeli towns, and so on. So Israel is extending a hand for peace, has signed 4 times this kind, or tried to reach 4 times this kind of a ceasefire agreement. And now it's going to be another time. Lebanon is in a crossroads. I'm hearing music which I like, by the prime minister, by the president, by the Lebanese foreign minister, saying they want to negotiate, they want to normalize relations with Israel, but they need to take practical steps. And I understand the military is weak, but there are other practical steps they can take that has nothing to do with the military. For example, Hezbollah owns a chain of gas stations all over Lebanon. This means that every time a Lebanese person puts fuel in his car, Hezbollah gets money. Why not close the chain of the gas stations, for example? This is not a military action. What about the clinics which Hezbollah is holding all over the country? What about the banks that Hezbollah has all over the country? Those steps.
So by that, by extension, are you saying that Lebanon cannot be tied into any kind of Iranian discussion?
100%, and Lebanon needs to decide. This is, I think, maybe one of the last opportunities we'll have. We spoke about economy before. $1 American equals 90,000 Lebanese liras. So, and this is already for the last 5 years. This is not something new. So Lebanon will have to make a decision. Either it sits around the table with Israel, willing to make concessions, willing to kick out the Iranian influence, or will we see another situation in which the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon is still there?
Okay. We're almost out of time. Cyrus, a quick final word from you on what Avital has been saying there.
My biggest, final point that I just want to make is that I think all of us here at this discussion, we certainly want to see peace in the region. And I'm just really hopeful that, whether it's a ceasefire or peace talks in Pakistan, whatever it is, I just hope that countries can come together and find a solution, because at the end of the day, this is a catastrophe for the entire global economy. Every country is going to be affected. Every country already has been affected by this. And, we just need proper leadership. And I just hope that cooler heads can prevail, that peace can happen in the region. And I'm certainly will always be optimistic and hope that we can find a peaceful solution.
A sentiment I'm sure that is shared by all of our panellists. Thank you so much for being here. Avital Leibovich, former spokesperson for the Israeli military. Cyrus Janssen, host of Let's Talk Geopolitics on the Cyrus Janssen YouTube channel. And we lost our connection with Tobias Ellwood, who had to leave us a little bit earlier, former British Middle East minister and Conservative MP. We thank him as well. To all of our panellists, your contribution is always valued here on Counterpoints.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Important days ahead indeed. We thank you for tuning in to this very illuminating episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews on our Al Arabiya English YouTube channel, and of course follow us across social media on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. The largest city and the capital of Finland, Helsinki. The city is conveniently located between Tallinn, Stockholm, and St. Petersburg, and on the north coast of the Gulf of Finland. It has slowly become the country's hub for business, research, education, culture, and government. Helsinki boasts of a vibrant seaside city, coupled with greenery, parks, and open spaces. There are also fine architecture, and more than 300 islands interconnected by a maze of bridges. The city is in fact considered an ideal summertime retreat and great for weekend getaways. Here's why. First, there's a buzzing street of Aleksanterin Katu. It is considered the central commercial street of Helsinki, lined with cafes, shops, restaurants, and of course, the Stockmann department store. All these convenient in one spot, Aleksanterin Katu Street has become known as one of the famous shopping streets in the city. For fresh produce and great souvenir buys, head to the market square. It is one of the famous tourist attractions in the city and a well-known market destination too. It's an open-air marketplace with fresh local produce and craftsman souvenirs. Now, for a dose of Helsinki's culture, visit the Athenaeum Art Museum. It is also known as the National Museum of Art and is home to the most loved classic works of Finnish art. In fact, it houses the most extensive fine art collections in the country with more than 20,000 works on display. You'll see a mix of paintings, graphic art, drawings, and sculptures that date back up to the 17th to the 19th centuries. The city is also known for its church and chapels. These are considered architectural sites in Finland. One example is the Temppeli Aukio Church, built in 1969, which is the most known architectural masterpiece in the country. Meanwhile, you can sit back, relax, and enjoy one of Helsinki's many beaches. The most popular beach in the city is the Hietaniemi. Enjoy the sun, the calm waters, and the open space for lounging, playing volleyball, or simply enjoying the view. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time. on Cities of the World.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper, sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. more than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran says it seized 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz as Trump announces an extension to the ceasefire. The FDA could ease restrictions on peptides, a long-term goal of the US Health Secretary. And the King of Pop is back on screen, but critics seem unimpressed by the Michael biopic. Now, US President Donald Trump has declared an extension to the ceasefire with Iran to allow time for further peace talks. Speaking on Truth Social, the president said the US had agreed to a request by Pakistan's mediators to hold an attack on Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives come up with a unified proposal and discussions are concluded. Iran, meanwhile, say they have attacked 2 cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz as the US continues a blockade on Iranian ports. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in studio by Lily Moffat, Riyadh-based journalist, and on Zoom, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations expert. Dr. Ellie, we're going to start with you because right now there seems to be so much rhetoric going on. Prior to coming on air with you, Iran's top negotiator at the moment, which appears to be Quirky, said the reopening the Strait of Hormuz is impossible with a flagrant breach of the ceasefire by the US. So what do you make of the latest rhetoric?
Good evening. I think we have to understand the current situation to go back a little bit to what was the situation before the US blockade. And as we know, Iran had the situation where they were blocking whichever ships they want. They were putting, ransoms and payments on other ships, while their own shipping was going on normally. Their own oil exports were going almost as normal as before the war. And in that sense, the US understood in the first round of negotiation that this is a very important negotiation cards that Iran is holding on to and will continue to hold on to. And this is why they decided that the best way to take away this card is to enforce a US blockade on all Iranian shipments and all Iranian ports, in a way to say either the Strait will be open for all or it will be closed for all. And by closing it for all, Trump has increased the pressure on everybody, on all different parties. On Iran, definitely losing more than $400 million per day as estimates, raising the pressure on China that gets a significant percentage of its oil from the Gulf, and definitely on the rest of the world to be more involved and more engaged in trying to push for an agreement, including definitely the heat that Europe and the Gulf countries are feeling from that blockade. The problem, I think, Leigh Ann, is that we are now in a kind of a vicious cycle where we don't know what's going to come first, as if everybody is waiting for the other to blink. And in that chicken fight that the whole world is paying the price for, the Iranians will not let go of this card. And Trump thinks that unless he removes that card, he will not be able to get to a deal.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Many people have been saying it's just a game of chicken now. Who blinks first? Obviously, we were hoping that these talks would happen in Islamabad yesterday, Lily. They didn't go ahead at all. We didn't see J.D. Vance or the Iranian delegation, whoever they may be, leave to Pakistan. However, Donald Trump has extended this ceasefire. So where do things stand with negotiations right now? Because I think that's the million-dollar question.
Yeah, I don't think that there's been a breakthrough. I don't think the ceasefire means there's a breakthrough. I think that it's more of a pause. Things have been so uncertain and no one really knows what's going on, whether it's, like you said, is J.D. Vance leaving? Is he delayed his travels? So when we did get the ceasefire, we're kind of taking it with a grain of salt and saying, well, what's going to happen? And it's no surprise that within 24 hours of that ceasefire, there's vessels hit in the Strait of Hormuz. And so we just need to kind of, I guess, take a seat back and think, all right, well, is this ceasefire isn't a breakthrough and it's not going to be a progress. So we're just going to wait and see what happens in the next 2 weeks with that.
And Dr. Ellie, it's really fascinating because we talk about these negotiations happening and there's been so much talk right now, sources close to the White House saying, who is the US actually talking to in Iran? And the speculation is it's the IRGC hardliners right now controlling the conversation and the rhetoric coming out of Tehran. How concerning is this development right now when we're trying to look at an off-ramp and diplomacy and negotiations actually happening?
Definitely, I think we have a state of negotiation where both sides lack complete trust with the other side. The Iranians don't trust Trump, and definitely Trump does not trust the Iranians in general and the negotiation team in specific. We definitely have an issue with the internal dynamics of Iran in the absence of the supreme leader, who so far we can say is not active, to say the least, if he is still alive. The kind of negotiation that we are going through will mean a significant change in Iranian policy. Even if it is, a big compromise, it's going to represent a significant shift. And such a significant shift will need a big legitimacy from the supreme leader. If he is not there, I'm not sure who can take such a decision and how much they can all agree on a common approach. We heard a lot in the past few days about conflicts between the politicians and the IRGC, between different groups within the IRGC, the religious leaders and the military leaders, and so on. Definitely, whoever Trump is talking to, Trump needs to know for sure that this person can get everybody rallied behind and can commit to the signature that he will do, which is not so sure at this stage.
And we spoke about that too, Lily, before we came on, just the trust deficit between both sides at the moment. And there seems to be no unified voice, as Dr. Ellie said. So as we look to the future, I think many people are holding their breath because the ceasefire has appeared so fragile, even over the last 2 weeks. So many people say a miscalculation could be disastrous.
That's right. And then, you know, what's happened in the last 24 hours with the vessels being hit, the ripple effect on the markets and how that's then going to affect Trump and his decision-making if he's getting pressure from not only America but other countries that are lacking, you know, oil. But yeah, like Dr. Ali said, it's disturbing to understand, you know, who these people are talking to and who Pakistan's talking to and mediators are talking to, because what they agree on is not necessarily what the whole country or what the whole people in power are agreeing on. And Iran need to, you know, be a uniformed force in agreeing to these. Otherwise, it's just chaos.
Yeah, and that's how it feels a little bit at the moment. It feels a little bit chaotic at the moment, but hopefully we'll get more and more information.
May I, Leigh Ann, just add a couple of points? One, may I?
Of course you can.
If we have...
Yeah, the ladies give you permission.
No, just on the issue that Lily mentioned in terms of miscalculation, I'm afraid that it might be even deeper than that. There might be a group in Iran that actually is willing to go all the way based on ideological, religious reasons and is willing to take, you know, all the country away with him in a suicidal mission based on ideologies. And the second point is that Trump did give the permission for a few days to keep the ceasefire. However, this cannot go long because the pressure on Trump, although he is in a better position in terms of the blockage of the Strait, but he does definitely feel pressure from so many different kinds, be it the cost of the military being there, be it the general cost on the economy, be it the pressure from his political allies and so on. So he definitely have given a pass, but he will not leave it for long. He will need to decide. And we have to remember also the deadline of 28 April by which he needs to come back to Congress. So I assume within a few days something needs to change. Let's hope it's for the best.
And it's really interesting that you say that because Donald Trump, of course, is under political pressure at home. This war is hugely unpopular in America. November is the midterm elections, and I'm sure Donald Trump doesn't want to get an absolute beating in those elections. So it'll be interesting to see. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And America's Food and Drug Administration, known as the FDA, could relax the restriction on peptides, the injections made up of amino acids and gaining popularity across the US, are being used to treat many conditions, including insomnia and obesity. US Health Secretary RFK Jr. has previously spoken out about the drugs as he seeks to make them more accessible for Americans. Take a listen to what he had to say.
You know, I'm a big fan of peptides. I've used them myself and used them with really good effect, on a couple of injuries. There were 19 peptides that were widely formulated by compounding pharmacies during the Biden administration. They illegally moved those to Category 2, which says do not formulate. It was illegal because they're not supposed to do that unless there's a safety signal. What happened? There was huge demand for peptides. And so a black market came out. And the black market is run by companies that say that they're making the peptides for animal use or for research purposes.
So, Lily, we're talking about peptides, and we must admit something. Peptides are a big thing now in the influencer space. There's even peptide influencers, as far as I'm aware. So this fad, this craze is going absolutely global. But what do you make of this new development that JFK Jr. is trying to push through?
Yeah, I think it's a tricky space because it's the space between, say, real science and hyped runway, you know, and that we can see that with the wellness industry that is on TikTok or Instagram, and people coming out and professing these amazing results, and there's a whole generation of people, kids and adults, that think, okay, well, we'll give it a go. And we just need to be so careful about regulations. And like you were saying before, the FDA needs to still go through the right processes to approve these things, and not everyone is aware of that. So yes, as he said, there is a black market of these things. So I think that it's more about, you know, peptides are a legitimate thing. They're short chain amino acids, and these are out there and they're doing amazing things for people, but we don't want to abuse them.
And I think that's the really important thing, not to abuse them and also not to get them on the black market. So maybe if they are regulated, it will be a better space in order to get hold of these peptides and be monitored on them. But yes, I mean, the fountain of youth, wouldn't we all like to drink from that?
But it's also not snake oil. It's somewhere in between, you know, and so we've got to kind of understand and have scientists look at it and really assess what it is before we start throwing it out there and throwing it on walls and seeing what sticks.
And it's so interesting because I think that is Joe Rogan was also part of what JFK was saying earlier, and Joe Rogan's the biggest influencer in the whole of America. He's got the most watched podcast. So it's just so.
But is he a scientist?
He's not a scientist, and he probably has a moral duty too.
Yes,
to
he
young
does.
boys and people who listen to him.
Yeah.
But Dr. Ellie, really, what does the easing of restrictions mean for competition and pricing? Because obviously big pharma is big money.
Well, definitely for decades and decades, the pharmaceutical industry, the lobby, has been one of the most influential in American internal politics and even influencing policy in general, maybe as much as the military industry. Trump has had the take on the pharmaceutical companies in terms of decreasing the prices. He's had a give and take with them significantly. There's definitely concerns in the US about the FDA process, how long it takes, corruption accusations and all of that. So in all of it, I think he's taking a popular decision. But we need to ensure, as Lily said once again, the regulations need to be at least at the minimum. But from there on, I guess, give the people the right to choose whether they want to use them or not. And Trump, when he was speaking with, again, Joe Rogan and RFK behind them, he mentioned that he passed a year ago the right to try. So people who have serious injuries, people who have medical situations that are terminal, or people who are in a lot of pain, they need to have the right to choose. And after all, there's no medicine or supplement that does not have any side effects. So it's up to the FDA to ensure the basics, but it's also up to every person to see the side effects and to decide whether he wants to go on that road or not.
And I think that's a really important point that Dr. Ellie made. We should have the right to choose or the right to try. But I was thinking about peptides because we often jump to the fact that you inject peptides, but there's lots of different peptides. There's topical creams, there's oral supplements that you can take.
Yes.
So I guess that we have to look at the different degrees of peptides.
We do, and I think that's definitely something that, you know, maybe TikTok doesn't get across. You know, TikTok or Instagram, they drive these wellness gold rushes, and so we need to be mindful not to get caught up in that. And then, like we saw before, you know, RFK Jr. is is a big advocate for it, but he's also had some quite controversial health advice, whether it's vaccines, whether it's the causes of autism, a number of different things that, not necessarily are scientifically based, but he holds such a high position. And it's the same as TikTok. It's a broad market, like the audience is huge, his audience is huge, and also he holds that high position. So he has, I guess, a responsibility to be careful with the words and the audience that he's speaking to. So I feel like we need to really, with the FDA, have some rules around, how we speak about these things as well.
Yeah, many people are asking, will peptides make America great again? Because, or make America healthy again? Because that's really what JFK Jr.'s all been about. He's been controversial, but he's been a different way of looking at things. We talked about that, Dr. Ellie. He's not pro-vaccines. He's pro very different diets. Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see if this changes the landscape of health moving forward.
We've definitely seen the medical world go to some extremes in the past few years. That's why I think that any extreme should be rejected, and that the role of the government is, again, to regulate the basics, to ensure that the minimum safety is there, and from there on, let it for the market, and the market will regulate itself.
And it's so fascinating, isn't it? Because we talk about peptides, but we've also got Ozempic, we've got Wegovy, all of those things have hit the market, and it's really just changed the food industry. It's changed the diet industry. It seems to have just happened so quickly in the last 2 years that everyone you speak to knows someone on something.
And we just, and it's one of those things where you feel like sometimes hype is outpacing evidence.
Yes.
And we're seeing side effects and things. Not that peptides would fall into that, but you would hate for there to be side effects that are irreversible, that people then get angry and say, well, I was told by Congress, or I was told by so-and-so that this was the right decision. And then, they regret that later on.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating, because the more and more we talk about it, the more and more we realise just how much it's changed the society we live in now and the conversation around health and wellness. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story. And police in South Korea have requested a detention warrant for the man behind global pop icons BTS, who is also the chairman of the music entertainment firm HYBE. Prosecutors allege Bang Si-hyuk orchestrated an illegal trading scheme during the company's IPO, netting over $120 million in illicit funds. Patrick Falk has this report.
It was a crowning moment for the man known as Hitman Bang. In 2020, he took HYBE public, turning a small agency into a multi-billion-dollar music powerhouse. South Korean authorities now say the listing was built on a lie. Bang is accused of misleading early investors, steering them to sell shares to a private equity fund linked to his own associates, and then once the company went public, dumped its stake, netting Bang a 30% cut of the profits.
I apologize for causing concerns to the public. I will fully cooperate with the investigation today.
It comes as hitmaker group BTS is making a return following a 3-year hiatus. The new world tour Arirang is projected to rake in nearly $2 billion. Fans, known as the Army, are brimming to see the group live. For many, the corporate scandal in Seoul is a world away from the music that changed their lives.
I was a child when I first started liking them, so I couldn't go to their live concerts. This is my first time. I think the army is changing, but I want to have fun with everyone.
Bang has previously denied all charges of market violation. HYBE has yet to officially comment on the detention warrant, but with 82 concerts left on the calendar, the company's stock and the future of K-pop's biggest name could now hang on the outcome of this criminal probe. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
So, Lily, the BTS army ready to go, marching to this concert as they make a return. I was just thinking, gosh, I remember when, I was much younger. And
Spice Girls.
Yeah, when they broke up, I still think I'm heartbroken. But anyway, moving on from Jerry leaving the Spice Girls. This story, BTS, we must remember, K-pop massive, worth an absolute fortune. It's become a global brand out of South Korea. What more do we know about the investigation, and how serious are these allegations about the man who founded this massive pop sensation?
Well, it is serious. I mean, it's hard because you sometimes consider this entertainer news, but it is actually quite serious. It's insider trading, it's fraud. And I think just how fast K-pop has accelerated in popularity globally, not just in Korea, is one of the factors in this. You know, no one could have seen this popularity. I don't know if there's a precedent of another kind of genre that's seen this kind of popularity so fast. But yeah, there's a few red flags there, you know, side packages sent to him, and, you know, but the amount of, and the fact that he said to his early investors, no, I'm never going to go you know, IPO and it will be fine, and then all of a sudden he's making a fortune. So yeah, it's pretty serious.
And I guess also the fact that he's IPOing, it's such a big name behind it, and just the amount of money it made on the Kospi in South Korea was the biggest that we've seen in South Korea for such a long time. So we're talking millions and trillions of won here. But Dr. Ellie, we're talking about the music industry, and it can be quite shady at times when it comes to producers and their artists. So how common is this type of scheme in the world of pop that we've just been talking about?
I mean, not only in the world of pop, but in the general entertainment industry, it's been a constant issue of the relationship between the artists and their managers or record companies or producers and so on. And it's always made people think whether these managers are in for the money or are they in for the arts? And the normal answer would most probably be they are in for the money, and the art is the product they are selling. And we've seen really so many famous artists have serious issues with their managers and their record companies. Just to name a few, we can mention Elvis, Prince, Michael Jackson, others, and even more recently Taylor Swift and Keisha and others. They've had lawsuits against their companies or vice versa and so on. It's always that debate of who actually deserves to get the money, and there's always, I feel, the tendency among managers to assume that they deserve to take the money, and they are, you know, legitimately they are allowed to benefit from that because they were part of creating this whole success, including the success of K-pop, as Lily said, unprecedented in a certain way. Now, there's the more concerning factor that in Korea probably such a crime would be even given a bigger attention due to the importance of the bands themselves and due to the culture in general that refuse this kind of behavior.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. There is a warrant out for his arrest at the moment, and under South Korean law, those convicted of making 5 billion won or more in illicit funds face between 5 years in jail and a life sentence. So as you say, it's a pretty hefty sentence if he is found to have had this insider trading. But I was also just looking at Bang's net worth, and according to Bloomberg, back in 2019, he was worth $770 million. Now he's worth over $2 billion. That's just huge sums of money.
That's crazy. I mean, where is the separation between artist and you know, the corporation? You know, where and how much are the artists actually getting? I think that's an interesting something to probe into. You know, obviously they're big bands and all the teams around them. I'm sure his role is very important, but you often hear about, you know, the crew and the bands themselves not necessarily getting anywhere near that kind of money.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating stuff. Let's see what happens when, you know, an arrest warrant could be out, could not be out. Let's see how that all unfolds. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And the so-called king of pop, Michael Jackson, has returned to the screen in a new biopic starring his very own nephew. Michael focuses on the singer's life and career from starting off in the Jackson 5 to becoming a global solo star. But critics have not been kind to the film, with one reviewer calling it a sustained version of the sanitized version of the story. Take a listen to what it's all about.
Let me tell you something. In this life, you're either a winner or you're a loser. Y'all want to work in a steel mill like me for the rest of your days?
No, sir.
Yeah, because I sure as hell don't. Y'all willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
I need to hear you a little louder. Y'all willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
Ready whenever you are, Michael.
Spread love, joy, and peace.
So, Dr. Ellie, we just saw a little bit of the film. We know the film is about the life and times of Michael Jackson, but I think the big question is this a fair, rounded view of what Michael Jackson was? Because I think that's the big problem here.
Well, I'm first of all looking forward to see the movie. I haven't seen it yet. And then again, I think it's a movie. It's not a documentary. So we should not look at it as, a factual check of everything that happened, as a scientific review, etc. It's a movie. It's an entertainment. It's a celebration of the music and life of the artist. And definitely it is, whitewashing, if you may say, as it was accused, or sanitized version. But yeah, I mean, it's for the fans of the artist who would go and enjoy the movie and celebrate his life and accomplishments. Now, the biggest concern is that they didn't address the main issue, controversy about the abuse accusations that were in his latest years, but they could have done that in some way without damaging the whole movie. I mean, I'm looking back at two movies of two of my favorite artists, along with Michael Jackson, the Elvis movie 2 years ago, and then the Bob Marley movie also around that time. Both of them did address the big controversy in the two artists' lives, and they did address it in a nice, simple way. But they did not neglect it completely. So I think making it not present at all or not addressing at all was the biggest criticism. But still, I would definitely go watch the movie. I would definitely enjoy it and celebrate Michael's life and achievement. We have to also remember that there was a version in the early 2000s, Man in the Mirror, which was a huge flop. That nobody liked, and all criticism was very harsh against it. I'm hoping, as far as I see, that it is a much better attempt this time, and the man deserves it. He's one of the greatest in the history of music.
I would agree with that. I'm a huge Michael Jackson fan, and if my sister's watching, her and I were obsessed with Michael Jackson, especially, we have...
You've got a Michael Jackson jacket on.
We have the tapes of Michael Jackson. I must say something. I'll definitely be watching this too. But, like Dr. Ellie said, his life did have controversies, and Michael Jackson was a figure that was always cloaked in secrecy. We didn't really know that much about Michael Jackson. But what has been the reaction from film and music goers? Are people really keen to see this? And also what I find quite interesting is when I was reading about this, when Michael Jackson died, he was kind of broke. He had no money, which was fascinating. And apparently, since he's died, the Jackson estate has just made millions, and this is who's funding this documentary. So it's actually his family. So would they want to put the negative in?
I don't think so. And I think that's the problem. I mean, online the opinions are split. There are the Michael Jackson music purists because, like you said, it is the Michael Jackson estate that is backing this. They were able to get his vocals, they were able to get his music on there, on the movie. But in the same vein, they're being very biased about the story that is being portrayed. And I just think, I know I get what you're saying, Dr. Ali. It is a nice movie to watch, but I just feel like I've kind of been cheated if they're leaving a big part of the story out. You know, that was a part of his life, it's a part of his struggles, and I just think, there's like an elephant in the room when you're sitting in the movie theatre saying, why are they not talking about this? And so, yeah, I do think I don't know if I'll see it. I don't know if I want to see a Hallmark movie about Michael Jackson. I like to see the nitty-gritty and the true stories and the, you know, the redeeming features that come out of these stories as well.
Yeah, and I think what's quite interesting is this Michael movie, from what I understand, is really the rise of Michael Jackson until the Thriller album. And then I think that's all it covers. So maybe what they might be doing, maybe Dr. Ellie, I don't know what you think, but do you think maybe a second version is in the pipeline? So they're just doing, to be honest, Thriller was probably one of his best albums, wasn't it? So it's just from the childhood, the abuse he faced from his father, I'm sure will be touched on.
It could be. I mean, there could be a sequel for it and another version if they see that it was, you know, popular and it got the returns it deserves in the box offices. But definitely, what Lily said made me link this to the topic we just finished. He died almost broke, and he sold more record than anyone during his time. And this is the kind of abuse that he was going through, and he was getting very little out of the income that he made. So this is also something that they could have addressed. I'm not sure if they did address it enough in the movie. After all, what I read is that also his nephew is doing a very good job. So. In representing him, and this could be also another, you know, attraction for me to go watch the movie.
Yeah, Jafar Jackson, his name is Jermaine Jackson's son, who was, of course, Michael Jackson's brother. And I went on the Daily Mail a little bit earlier. Other newspapers are available. And I had a look at the Jackson family arriving for the premiere. It was quite nice, actually. No Janet Jackson there. I was a bit disappointed.
Ah, interesting.
But LaToya Jackson was there, Jermaine Jackson. Anyway, the family. But it was quite interesting. Let's see. I'm definitely going to watch it.
You are?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me know how it goes.
Me and Dr. Ellie will go for it. We've forgiven him, and to some extent, maybe. That's what fans are thinking. I don't know. But I just want to bring some breaking news to you. And Dr. Ellie, if you would react to it, that would be great. Reuters is reporting White House has said on Iran's ceasefire extension, Trump has not set a deadline. The White House has also said on the US blockade, Trump is satisfied with the blockade. So, Dr. Ellie, we're just getting news out of the White House right now. Caroline Leavitt is speaking in a press conference. We're almost hearing what we've heard before, aren't we? The US satisfied with the blockade, maximalist position remains in place.
Again, as we said, I think the US is the least damaged from the closing of the Strait. He's raising the heat on everybody else. He's not completely free of the results, but he's more comfortable than almost everybody. So why not give it an additional push, especially that it's proven to be effective in that sense. But again, I do believe that this is temporary and this is for a few days. This is not for weeks and months.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ellie, for your reaction to that. And it'll be really interesting to see what comes out on social media. As we know, Donald Trump always likes to have a few Truth Social posts as the night draws on. But now it's that time of the show where Lily and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Lily, can you tell me all about your story? Because I actually have no idea.
Okay. Well, it's insurance fraud of a different kind.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's a insurance fraud where there was three men that dressed up as a bear to say that the bear had actually gone into a Rolls Royce, and I think two other... There's the costume of the bear that they dressed up in there. On CCTV, they recorded themselves going into the Rolls Royce, destroying it slightly, and they actually got insurance payments of $140,000 US.
But why did they want to do that?
Well, I guess... You know, just to get
Just
the
for
money
the
out of the insurance. Yeah, they might have done a few little bits of damage and just been happy with the cash and a slightly damaged Rolls Royce.
That's insane,
isn't it?
And what happens when they were rumbled? They were caught.
Well, yeah, the police found the bear suit in their house. I think the insurance companies, they tend to dive very deep when they think something's sus. But there was video footage of the guys pretending to be the bear going into the Rolls Royce. I think that was provided to the insurance company.
Quite realistic, huh? Quite realistic. If you look at the CCTV videos, you would almost believe it's a bear. It
was very realistic. I'm surprised they got caught. Yeah.
That is so smart. I would never, ever think of anything like that. Oh, well. Well, they got caught, sadly, but a very interesting story. Sometimes you've got to think...
Insurance companies would go to any length just to avoid paying for people, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think the State Insurance Department launched the Operation Bear Claw, is what they called it. And then they eventually came out with the results that it was insurance fraud.
That's incredible. Thinking out the box, for sure. Yeah. And then, Dr. Ellie, let's talk to you about yours, because I don't know if I should call them British royals, Harry and Meghan. Yes. Are they British royals?
Well, no, we don't.
No, they're not British royals. No. They've just got the titles. So I don't know if we could say the fake royals are in Australia right now. I don't know. I don't know what they are. But that's
definitely not for the person concerned in this story.
Tell us about Harry and Meghan have been on this tour of Australia.
Yes.
Have they been welcomed or have they not been welcomed?
Well, in general, they have been welcomed, of course. There's enough of media attention to that. But again, don't stand between an Australian and his beach, especially if it's a young lady like the one we see in the movies, in the movie that we will see in the video. She's relaxing on the beach after a long day of work, reading her book, and then all this commotion and all this crowd coming in with Harry and Meghan invading the beach, invading her space, and she simply refused to move. She simply refused to give them any attention. I don't know if she has an opinion about Harry and Meghan and she dislikes them, but in general, it's a very typical Australian behavior. This is my space. I'm here. It's up to you to move around. Look at her. She's just in the middle and couldn't care less about what's happening around her.
Well, as an Australian who was a beachgoer when I was in Australia, the beach etiquette there of the people walking over her is so incorrect. You cannot walk that close to someone on a beach towel. And there was a lot of Bondi Beach Patrol there I saw in their yellow tops, and they should know better, actually, to lead people over her. You've got an etiquette on the beach, and they should have been walking around her.
I quite like her.
So do I.
For you.
I almost broke my neck running to the comments of that Instagram post because everyone was calling her Cheryl, which is the Aussie slang for any woman out there. And they're like, we're with you, Cheryl. Go, I want to be Cheryl on the beach. I loved it.
Go on, Cheryl. Yeah, I like it. But what has the hype been around Harry and Meghan in Australia?
Yeah.
Because I have seen this tour, obviously, but they went all the way back when they first got engaged and there was so much hype around them.
Yeah.
Has that sort of fed through to this visit or not particularly?
Well, I think
2018, I think, was their last visit.
Yeah, that
They were still royals back then.
And I think they just got married or...
Yeah, or they were engaged.
Or they were engaged,
yeah.
And you remember, there was so much hype around it, but I don't know what this tour...
Well, I think, especially in Australia, there is a monarchy, some are Republican, some are very much monarchists, whereas, now they've come back and they're very much in a different relationship with the monarchy. So, the people that maybe had applauded them in 2018 aren't necessarily there standing on the beach applauding them now. But, it's a different sentiment to the one that was back then. But there are still people, like you could see there on the footage, that very much want to still be around them and enjoy their company in Australia. But, I don't think they're as popular as they were in 2018.
And just to note one last thing, Leigh Ann, I think they were on Bondi to give a tribute to the Bondi attack victims, just to point that out. So this on its own could have brought, people's attention and people's crowd with them.
And as we know, Harry and Meghan do a lot for humanitarian causes and for charities. So thank you so much, Dr. Ellie, for that story, and Lily for yours. So thank you to our guests today, Lily Moffat, Riyadh-based journalist sitting right next to me here in the studio, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, professor and expert in international relations. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, G&T. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump unilaterally extends the ceasefire with Iran, calling off attacks, but saying that the US blockade of Iranian ports is going to continue. But with no sign of peace talks restarting, we ask, where does this leave diplomatic efforts to bring about a negotiated settlement? And with tensions still high in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran seizes 3 cargo ships there today. We ask, who currently has the upper hand? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on Iran, and President Donald Trump announced late on Tuesday that the United States has agreed to a request from Pakistani mediators to extend the ceasefire. However, President Trump said that the US blockade of Iranian ports is going to continue. Well, Iran considers that blockade an act of war and says it will not lift its closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which has triggered the global energy crisis. Well, Pakistan, which has been acting as a mediator, is trying to get the warring sides together for negotiations. But neither side showed up for the latest round of talks in Islamabad before the 2-week-old ceasefire was about to expire. Well, in the Strait of Hormuz today, Iran has seized 2 ships, with an advisor to Iran's parliamentary speaker claiming that the ceasefire extension was, quote, a ploy to buy time for a surprise attack. Well, we're joined now by Alan Eyre, who is a former senior US diplomat, former member of the US negotiating team for the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, who's now at the Middle East Institute. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let's just start by talking about where we are now. We're in a situation where there is an extension of the ceasefire. And to be fair, if I've done my research correctly, you predicted this would happen. Why were you so sure that this was the so-called best-case scenario where we are now?
Well, the best-case scenario is a comprehensive deal that settles all the issues, but that's incredibly unlikely. Absent that, a ceasefire just to give everyone more time was the preferred solution. And neither side wants to return to hostilities, but unfortunately, each side is still jostling for sort of marginal leverage as they go into negotiations. So an extension of the ceasefire was really the best possible outcome.
All right. I mean, clearly neither side showed up to those talks in Islamabad. Who looks to you, which side looks to you like it has the upper hand right now?
Well, in the larger sense, Tom, this is lose-lose, in the sense that both sides are taking a massive hit, as is the global economy. It's just a question of who can take more pain, the sort of a 2 clocks problem. The U.S. has a blockade on Iran. That's causing pain. But Iran's not facing election, and that pain is being transferred to the Iranian people who are silent. But in the U.S., the shutting of the Strait of Hormuz has already had significant economic effects, and we've got a midterm coming up. So I would say Iran has the upper hand, but they are risking overplaying it.
I mean, has anything been achieved, diplomatically speaking, during these last few weeks? Any of the root causes of this crisis?
No, I mean, in essence, the only thing that's happened is before the war, the main issue was the nuclear issue. After the war, we've created a whole new, more exigent, more urgent issue, which is closure on the Straits of Hormuz and getting that open as fully and as quickly as possible. So that's the main issue right here. The nuclear issue can be kicked down the road. Iran is not an imminent nuclear threat. We have time for that. We don't have time with the Strait.
Yeah, I mean, you've written an article, and I think you're getting at the same point you're making in the article, in which you said President Trump has gone from wanting to stop Iran from ever having a nuclear weapon. But you also say that Iran already had an extremely effective, what you call doomsday weapon. And for the benefit of our viewers, I just wondered what that doomsday weapon is that you're referring to. Is it the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, yes. The closure or control of the Strait of Hormuz is the doomsday weapon. And even though we just put a blockade on Iran, they had a 40-day head start. Something like 20% of the world's oil, 25% of the LNG, all sorts of other distillates from oil, to say nothing of food. That's having immediate consequences. Ships move very slowly, about the speed of a bicycle. So even if the Strait opens tomorrow, it's going to take so much time to get the needed products that emerge from the Straits of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf to the rest of the world. So it's already had consequences globally, especially in Asia, and they're only going to compound with time.
President Trump talked about the JCPOA, on which you worked, as being one of the worst deals he'd ever seen. I'm sure you've had that put to you many times before. I'm wondering whether you think his art of the deal savoir-faire that him and his team bring to the table is actually likely to produce something better.
Very unlikely. If President Trump didn't like the JCPOA, he could have negotiated a better deal while still observing the JCPOA. We wouldn't be where we are now. You know, there's a saying in Silicon Valley, move fast and break things, that's popular among tech bros. President Trump has moved fast and broken an international system that was working relatively well. He's not going to be able to put that together again. Whatever the new normal is after this war, it's going to be more expensive and less stable. And that's a consequence of him ripping up the JCPOA.
And what about with the lineup of his team? You haven't mentioned them, but you've said in other news interviews that you think that team is somewhat out of its depth. Why do you think that?
Well, again, you know, there's old Hillary Clinton saying it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a bureaucracy to negotiate a complex deal. He has vitiated, destroyed the foreign policy bureaucracy in the United States. He's used his sort of loyalty to him as the human resources metric for key positions, as opposed to expertise. So now we have a situation where foreign policy is being made by the president, by two or three people who are his good friends, but who don't have the relevant expertise. So that's the problem. Even if the U.S. is willing to negotiate in good faith with Iran, which it really isn't now, I'm questionable as to whether it's able to.
I mean, in previous administrations, would it have been customary to contact people like you who've got in-depth knowledge of a country like Iran? You speak the language. You've sat across the table from the Iranians before. I mean, it would stand to reason that you would be consulted. You haven't been. Is that something new in U.S. politics?
Well, I'm retired, and I'm certainly not the only person with the relevant expertise on Iran in the U.S. government. But I mean, this was relatively unique about the Obama administration and JCPOA. Not only did they have experts, but they were willing to use them. There's an old saying, the greater the crisis, the less the expertise is brought to bear on it. That's usually the case in foreign policy. It's the case now, but it wasn't the case in the Obama administration. We had a great team doing negotiations, not just the people who showed up in Vienna or Geneva, but also hundreds and hundreds of people who are backstopping them. And that's what's missing, not just the people with expertise across the table, but the whole infrastructure of foreign policy that supports them. That's not working anymore.
You know the mindset of the Iranian people, well, at least the Iranian negotiating team, and I'm wondering what you think are things that work with them and things that don't work with them. I mean, we've had a lot of threats, for example, from President Trump in recent days and weeks. I mean, does that chime with them? Does that have the desired outcome?
Tom, no, it doesn't. No, I mean, at this point, they've thoroughly discounted President Trump's threats. In terms of the type of people, the people negotiating, at least when I was doing it, and at that time, Ed Akçi was the defense foreign minister, they're professional, they know their portfolio, they know the history of the issues, and they're really good at what they do. Now, the difference now from 2015 is you've got new leadership in Iran. It's more militarized. It's more hardline. You don't have an overarching figure who can settle internal disputes like you had when you had the former Ayatollah Khamenei. His son doesn't have the power, even if he's in good health, and there are questions about that. So all things being equal, it's much harder to negotiate with the Iranians now because of that internal, not turmoil, but just discussions which take longer to reach a head.
So if you had any advice, were you asked for it by the current U.S. negotiating team, what would you tell them to do more of?
Well, unfortunately, Tom, in many ways, it's already too late. You know, the system is broken and there's zero trust between the two sides. We've attacked them twice in the middle of negotiations. So there's no magic bullet here. But what I would tell them is you need to roll up your sleeves and negotiate for long periods of time, because it's going to take a lot of time, not to settle all the issues, just to settle the most basic issues.
So, I mean, it sounds like you've pretty much lost hope in there being a diplomatic solution, at least anytime soon.
I haven't lost hope, but if I'm giving you odds, the odds are very long. I think it's far more likely we get this rolling ceasefire extension, even though I hear recently that President Trump says, well, we're going to give them 3 to 5 days. The problem with ceasefires, if they're not moving toward a resolution, they're unstable and they lead to escalation. So, yeah, I'm not optimistic at all.
I mean, the Iranians think this ceasefire extension is simply about buying time. That's exactly how they described it, a ploy to buy time, they said. I mean, buying time for what, do you think?
For another attack. Again, their experience is that when the U.S. says we want to negotiate, they're preparing to attack. There's literally zero trust. And again, on the U.S. side, they seem to think that Iran is incapable of living up to whatever negotiations they agree to, which is at least their public line. So, yeah, there's serious concern. I mean, Iran is prepared for future attacks, and it would rather suffer those attacks than capitulate, show weakness, and in their mind, invite further aggression from the United States and Israel.
What are the optics of the extension of that ceasefire, do you think? Does it signal strength, or does it signal a lack of any alternatives?
It's interesting. You can look at it two ways. On the one hand, you can say that Iran stood firm. They said that they were not going to negotiate until the blockade was lifted, and President Trump blinked in terms of extending the ceasefire. But on the other hand, Iran also wants this resolved. This blockade is hurting them. They're worried that if there's sort of a no war, no peace situation, that Israel and the U.S. could attack any time. And don't forget, Israel doesn't want a negotiated solution. Israel wants to continue attacks on Iran, and they're going to be pushing for that. So even though it seems Iran has the upper hand, I think Iran is also very, very concerned with the status quo right now.
I mean, a lot of experts we've spoken to seem to suggest that there were some miscalculations made by the Trump administration, also by Israel, and one of them being that they thought that the decapitation of senior figures in the Iranian leadership was going to have a major effect. I mean, what do you think has been the impact of those decapitations? Has it made things easier? Has it improved the likelihood of a solution being found?
Well, you're being unusually diplomatic, Tom, in saying there is a chance of a slight miscalculation. This was a massive strategic blunder, this war, on the scale of the 2003 Iraq war, perhaps greater. And it's going to have much more far-lasting consequences. So, again, yes, the thought was there would be decapitation, a couple of shock and awe strikes, and the Iranians would be cowed and agree to the maximalist, in Iranian eyes, U.S. demands of them. That's not happening. Again, this regime is, in its eyes, fighting for its life, as opposed to the U.S., where this is a war of choice, heading into elections in November. So Iran is not going to compromise until it gets much of what it wants, which is security, a way that this doesn't happen again in 6 months or a year, and money, because they have to rebuild.
Do you buy into those who say that the decapitations of those senior figures has actually resulted in replacements that are more radical than the people who were decapitated to begin with?
Oh, my goodness, yes. Any deal the U.S. gets now will be far worse than the one they could have gotten before the war started. And that's in large part because by these decapitation strikes and these military actions, you've got a regime in place now, the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and a hardline faction of the IRGC that, as I said, are far less user-friendly to negotiations, far more truculent and bellicose, and less willing to negotiate.
I mean, just lastly, I mean, this war will end eventually. I mean, as things stand, I mean, who does it look like will emerge on top?
No one. I can tell you who's going to emerge on bottom: the Iranian people, the people of the Gulf, the people in the world economy, because you're going to have more inflation and other pressures and less growth. So who's going to emerge on top? Certainly not Iran, because they'll emerge more immiserated economically than before, and certainly not the U.S., because, we've wasted half of our THAADs, half of our missile interceptors, half of our Patriot interceptors. So this is lose-lose.
All right. We really appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Alan Eyre, former senior U.S. diplomat, former member of the U.S. negotiating team for the JCPOA, now at the Middle East Institute. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Take care, Tom.
Well, we're joined now by Elisa Ewers, who is a former U.S. national security official, now senior fellow for Middle East Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. She joins us from Washington. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Let's just start by talking about where we are right now. The ceasefire has been extended without an agreement. There is a blockade that is still in place on Iranian ports. Ships have come under fire today in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, just looking at where things are right now, some might say we're further from a diplomatic solution than ever. Where do you think we are?
Well, thank you for having me. I think that's right. I think we are seeing, in some ways, a repeat of escalatory steps, with the U.S. using the blockade as an economic pressure tool to try and coerce the Iranian government to come to the table and make concessions, and the Iranian government meeting that escalation with continued threats on the Strait. And so we're seeing something that we saw, I think, early on in the war now, 55 days ago when it started, that both sides seek to escalate to get the other side to the table. And we're in one of those escalatory cycles right now. What's unclear is who blinks first. Right? The pressure economically is what the Iranian government is using to get the United States to be willing to come off its maximalist demands. The United States is trying to get the Iranian government to do the same.
Right. Well, neither side has come to the table. And in fact, President Trump has unilaterally extended the ceasefire. So does that mean he is the one who blinked first?
Well, I think what we're seeing is a change in policy from the Trump administration to use economic tools, right? The combination of an increase in sanctions designations with the military blockade to kind of take a step back from active military strikes inside of Iran, but nonetheless keep the pressure on. I'm not sure that symbols blinking so much as a change in tactic at this point to see if the economic piece works to the Trump administration's advantage. I think the challenge here is that the Iranian government is not coming to the table and making concessions, and it's hard to imagine that it will agree to capitulate under these circumstances. So the economic picture globally is going to continue to worsen, and that's going to put pressure on the Trump administration.
You're saying more on the Trump administration than on the Iranian side?
I think we've seen the Iranian side has been able to absorb and withstand this kind of pressure time and again. It is not necessarily unwilling to take that kind of pain, especially if it can use the Strait as leverage to get what it wants in the negotiations. And so the global economic picture is really what it is using to put pressure on the Trump administration. And I think that is likely, given the context of the economic picture, the context of what's happening here at home in the United States in terms of a lack of support by American people for this war, I think that combination certainly puts a lot more pressure on the Trump administration.
You've co-authored a piece that I read on the Council on Foreign Relations website in which you and your co-author argue that US policy since this conflict began has been, to paraphrase you, incoherent, and you've also said that controllable mistakes had been made. I'm wondering what you think the US has got so wrong these last 6 or 7 weeks.
Well, I think the fundamental miscalculation here is that the belief that this Iranian government would agree to capitulate or surrender under military and economic pressure. Fundamentally, even with the decapitation of the previous regime leaders, it really is hard to imagine that the government would accept kind of betraying its foundational ideologies and accept what would amount to regime change under this kind of pressure. And I think that's a fundamental miscalculation of who you're dealing with on the other side. I think the other miscalculation was that the Iranian government wouldn't put the Strait of Hormuz at risk because it would come at great economic cost to Iran. And that's a fundamental misreading of how the Iranian government thinks about leverage. It doesn't really care about the economic impacts on the Iranian people. It doesn't care about the military strikes that might cause the Iranian people to suffer. It is looking for a way to survive, and this is an existential fight for it. So these fundamental miscalculations of how the Iranian regime will operate, I think, are at the heart of some of the flaws in the strategy.
And to what do you attribute those miscalculations? I mean, was all of this done in perhaps too much of a hurry, in your opinion?
I think there was a belief that the Iranian government was under tremendous pressure over a period of time, whether you go back to the 12-day war last year, when its nuclear and other military infrastructure was under attack and considerably degraded in those strikes, whether you look at the protests in Iran just in December, in January, you look at the degradation of Iran's proxies throughout the region, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah. And I think in combination, there's a picture there that perhaps the Iranian government is at its weakest point ever. And that may be true. What is also true is what the Iranian government's willing to do to survive. And so I think those two truths kind of live in the same place. And weren't exactly given the same weight that they should have in making these decisions to strike Iran at this point.
And in terms of the replacement of the decapitated individuals in the Iranian leadership, I mean, have we ended up with a more extreme, a more radical group of leaders than perhaps was there before the war started?
Well, I think what we are seeing is a consolidation of power that's been underway for years, where the IRGC, the military elements of the power structure inside of Iran, are in ascendance and in extreme position of power. They're not the only elements of the Iranian government. It is not a monolith. And so there are other power centers, but we are certainly seeing that the IRGC is taking a consolidated position of power in whatever's coming next. I think it's important, certainly from a U.S. An American analyst's perspective, to be a little bit humble about our understanding of how the Iranian regime operates, how they make decisions, how they assess risk. This may be changing, but at the end of the day, they are no less committed to the ideology of the revolution than those leaders and commanders who were eliminated in the decapitation campaign.
Right. I mean, it's a complex dossier, isn't it? And one that requires knowledge and understanding of the history and what's happened before. I mean, really encyclopedic knowledge, because the people on the other side of the negotiating table, i.e. the Iranians, have got it. I mean, that's all they've been really doing for these last several years. And we seem to be hearing time and time again, a lot of the people we speak to, veterans of the US diplomatic service, military veterans, who say that their opinions, their warnings are disregarded. Do you share that sense that the Trump administration is not tapping into the rich resource it has at home, i.e. this expertise?
Well, the Trump administration has demonstrated from the very beginning of its second term its disdain for expertise, its disdain for the career service, whether it is at the State Department and the diplomatic corps or elsewhere in the federal government. And so it's no surprise that they would dismiss that expertise now, to the extent that any of it still exists. So you have to remember that the Trump administration has done a very significant cutting of resources, both in terms of money, but in terms of personnel in places like the State Department. And so what is left is a shadow of what it once was. And you combine that with an interest or a priority in just those who are close to the president and of making these decisions and being part of the debate and excluding the voices of those who may have either a different perspective or a richer understanding of the complexities.
Okay, but I mean, if I put that point to someone in the Trump administration, they might say this is a decades-old problem. None of that expertise has resolved it. So perhaps some new approaches will. That will be their argument. What would you say to that?
I would say that that's an interesting theory of the case. The problem is that the Iranian government still gets a vote. And so understanding how the person across the table from you is going to approach the situation and negotiation, how they will respond to pressure, these are tools that are important. Even if you take a different strategy or a different tactic in trying to resolve the problem, you still need to understand those who are sitting across the table from you and understand what the second and third order effects of some of your policy decisions will be. So it doesn't preclude you from taking a different approach, but that approach should be informed. And so that would be my response.
Let's talk briefly about Iran's allies, China and Russia. I mean, they've got a lot of common interests, a lot of alignment and interests with Iran. Why have they not come to Iran's aid? And do you think perhaps Iran, when it threatened that it had some more cards it was going to be playing just a couple of days ago, might have perhaps been referring to China or Russia?
Well, I think it's clear when we saw the mediators from Islamabad go to Beijing before the first round of talks that China is certainly playing a role, perhaps behind the scenes, in looking for ways to de-escalate a continued kind of crisis in the Middle East. Isn't in China's long-term interest. It may be to its interest in the short term, seeing the United States kind of bogged down in the Middle East. Obviously, the cost, the resources that have gone into this war come at the opportunity cost of having U.S. forces positioned elsewhere. And so in some ways, that's to China's advantage in the short term. In the long term, though, a region that is destabilized is not in its interest. So I think we're probably seeing that Beijing is playing a role behind the scenes. I think when the Iranian government said that it had cards to play, it could include that. It could also include things like threatening the Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, which we have not seen happen yet in this war, but is a card that the Iranian government has not yet played.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, ahead of the piece that I was referring to earlier that you co-authored for the Council of Foreign Relations. It says this: the Iran war has validated much of what US analysts had predicted, and it has exposed how little of that analysis shaped the decisions that led to the US military campaign. So my last question to you is this, Elisa. I mean, have these last 6 weeks for you been a bit like watching a car crash in slow motion?
I think that's an excellent analogy. Yes, it's knowing that this is likely to have great second and third order effects, and watching those behind the wheel not consider those effects while they continue to speed up the car, to keep your analogy going. And so I think that's a pretty apt analogy. In fact, the bigger issue is what happens now that perhaps we're watching the crash in real time. What kinds of decisions will the Trump administration make to either find an exit ramp that is acceptable or risk continuing an escalation in the near term?
Okay, well, on that note, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for keeping my analogy going. We're going to leave it there. Elisa Ewers, former US national security official, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you for having me.
We're joined now by Thomas Pickering, former Under-Secretary of State for Political Affairs, who served as the US ambassador in Russia, India, the UN, Israel and Jordan. In fact, King Hussein of Jordan once declared you, and I quote, the best American ambassador I've ever dealt with. So, Ambassador Pickering there, I've teed you up with all of your credentials there, and I know you've managed and been involved with numerous diplomatic crises in this region. I mean, what do you make of this one? We're in a situation where both sides skipped the latest round of peace talks in Pakistan. Where are we?
I think that, thank you for your kind introduction. And I thought Kissinger was a tyrannical but merciless, but very, very intelligent boss. We are now in a situation where force is not succeeding on its own, despite patient hopes for that, where we have a strategy-less process we're engaged in, where negotiation holds out the only hope. And as you just pointed out, the talks in Pakistan are not being attended.
Right, and you mentioned Henry Kissinger just there. I mean, former US Secretary of State for whom you served as special assistant very early in your career. I mean, what do you think he'd have made of all of this?
I think he'd been aghast. The elements I mentioned, force alone, force is an important point in influencing and leveraging negotiations. That's not to be put aside. At the same time, the inability to engage with useful ideas, and I'd be glad to exchange mine with you, and the sense that we have not been able to engage at all is a disaster. A brief history. In the period before the JCPOA, four of us in New York, with the inspiration of a friend, opened conversations with the Iranians because we thought it was important to talk to them. Not that we love them, but it's important to talk to them. We did a lot of work leading up to the JCPOA, and we kept the U.S. government informed, and we followed that with great interest. The denunciation from the JCPOA of President Trump was only one of the, quote, inspirations for the present conflict, and it was a disaster. The JCPOA was not perfect, but twice in the early part of his first administration, he reported to the United States that the U.S. intelligence community said the Iranians were observing it.
Okay, and clearly, as you alluded to there, bridges were built with the Iranians by people like you and seasoned diplomats. I mean, do you get the impression that with the decapitation of many senior figures in Iran, in fact, the scope for building bridges is now greatly reduced?
Yes, but I'd also like to talk at home. A third of the American professional foreign service has been unconsciously and without reason dismissed, replaced by politicians, however well-meaning in their support of Trump, are totally ignorant of the problem and are learning on the job. For a great country that had professions of world leadership, that is not a formula for success.
Do you see any parallels between these talks that have, been going on for some time and haven't yet yielded any results, and the talks in Ukraine, which have been going on for considerably longer and have also yielded very few results? Because one common denominator is, of course, some of the people involved in those talks on the US side. Do you see any parallels?
Yes. Amateurism has its own, quote, rewards in both places.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about the fact that the United States is sort of on its own with this one. Militarily speaking, none of America's close allies volunteered their services, their assistance militarily. And I wonder whether you think it makes a difference going into negotiations without that support for the United States. Do you think it does?
Yes, of course it does. I believe that the task of diplomacy in conflict is to support a multilateral participation, world unanimity, or at least rallying around a leader, are very significant in conveying messages to a foreign government that they are, put it this way, less out of the hole than they might think they are in their own internal assessments.
Why do you think America's allies were so reluctant to step in and join this?
Because it's a war of choice with no reasons, with frenetic efforts to try on a multiple basis to defend it, with no real rationale for dealing with it, and a notion that somehow we can muscle by destructive power the Iranians, whose regime does not have more than an odious reputation in the United States, some capacity to respond to this in a creative and constructive way without any really new ideas and some bad old ones on how to negotiate a solution. Other than that, a perfect strategy.
Okay. How dangerous do you think the situation is right now? Do you see things escalating much further from here, or do you think we're going to be in this sort of state of semi-managed limbo for some time to come?
The latter is not a perfect alternative, but hoped for escalation. Escalation, most unfortunately, had a whiff of this 2 weeks ago with civilization destruction bombing and potential senses that we might go nuclear is very, very destructive, very, put it this way, potentially catastrophic. I don't know who that might bring in. I don't know what unleashing of uncertainty and decision-making it might bring. One of the worst alternatives we could foresee in a world that is in difficult shape is that we get unleashed upon civilization a nuclear catastrophe of gigantic proportions. This is to be deeply feared and widely avoided, and we have been successful for a long period of time. But those of us who lived through the atomic bombing in Second World War and understand the destructive power a little bit of what's out there realize that this is not a solution either. It is something we have to spend a great deal of time avoiding. And I'm sorry to bring in all of these matters which may seem extraneous, but they're not too far from deep concerns now in a strategic sense.
Do you have any sense of déjà vu with this particular crisis? Are there any experiences in your own career that you find yourself drawing parallels with, Ambassador?
Yes, of course. The tragedy over Vietnam had some elements of this. Another destructive war that led to enormous casualties and a long-term solution. Eventually, negotiations took hold, and some of it was Henry Kissinger's inspiration in how to resolve it. But we had numerous other conflicts across the globe, which are too numerous to mention, which in themselves are indicative of world instability and something we should be working to deal with. I was ambassador in Colombia. In El Salvador. I worked hard on Colombia. All of those were suffused with insurgencies and conflicts that played a role, and that's only an example.
Yeah, I mean, one of the parallels between this crisis and many of the crises of the era that you were talking about there are obviously the spectre of China and Russia in the background as well. And I'm wondering whether we might see those two countries come from being in the background to being in the foreground in this particular crisis.
Yes, of course. They're always there. Russia's playing a role with Iran. That's indisputable. China is interesting. And I've always thought, in looking at the future of Iran, China was, put it this way, not an ally, not a partner, but a significant power that had serious economic interest in oil in the Gulf, and therefore was more than, put it this way, ethically or culturally compelled, which is not necessarily a Chinese attribute, to participate with us. And they have, in their own way, in some fashion, to bring this to a negotiated solution. They are not principal partners. They're not suggestors of ideas or alternatives. What power they have to exercise in Iran in their own interest is their own business so far. But I don't believe they necessarily are working against us. They are a potential for us to enlist. And we should have active diplomacy, whatever the perilous or non-perilous state of our relationships, in dealing with China and talking to them and doing what we can to enlist them. All, I think, victims of the strategyless approach of this administration.
I just want to ask you about Pakistan's efforts to mediate a solution to this. How do you rate their skills and their diplomatic efforts up until this point?
3.5 on a scale of 5. They've been very good, very helpful. They have their own interests. Pakistan is a problem with which a country with which we've had problems, but not necessarily all resolved. And the field marshal, who's leader of Pakistan, has been useful, important, and helpful. And bringing in the Iranians, we should continue to work with Pakistan. It's a good nexus for dealing with the problem. But we should go there with ideas and creativity as well as hard-nosed leverage.
Okay, I mean, they've got a tough job, haven't they? I mean, how far off are we in terms of months? I mean, very difficult to say, I know, but how far off do you think we are from a lasting solution? I think it's
a very interesting prediction. I want to tell you about a few ideas because I think they're important. And I think with the adoption of a few ideas, this could be much more foreshortened. Predictions about timing and diplomacy are perilous. I won't make them. I think that if we were to adopt a more creative strategy and to work hard and to use our leverage to move this question and to upset the notion that is central to this, that Iran's interest in nuclear weapons, which is not, put it this way, anywhere close to zero, is something that can be dealt with and has to be dealt with on a negotiated basis, not on an absolute prohibition with no apparent interest in Trump so far in President Reagan's wonderful mantra, test but verify. The monitoring and verification of Iran's nuclear program is essential to give us assurance that any assurances we get in negotiation are going to be carried out. And anything else is, put it this way, a terrible deal. But my view is that we need assurances. We need serious limitations on Iran's nuclear activities. Certainly an absolute commitment that we can trace not to build a nuclear weapon. Turning everything they have, including the 60% material, into nuclear fuel. 3.67% enrichment is the standard for nuclear fuel. The creation of a consortium of Gulf states to do joint enrichment so we have transparency. The creation of a UN facility in addition to the IEA to monitor this particular problem. These are all hard challenges, but they are linked with the Strait of Hormuz. In reopening the Strait of Hormuz, the toll idea is nefarious. It will violate the law of the sea treaty. it will lead to other states around the world shutting down straits and charging us money. Not a useful arrangement for international trade. But my idea is that we should get the exporting countries of oil, particularly in the northern Persian Arab Gulf, to begin to charge levies based on the amount of oil being shipped out of Hormuz, that they could go into a fund. And while this may seem to be, put it this way, too kind to Iran, that money, which is not, put it this way, a low sum, the tolls would have produced, if every ship covered it in normal traffic, $90 billion plus a year. And that money should be used to entice the Iranians into negotiations, to be used to encourage them to agree to the kinds of conditions that make sense, and also to be used to rebuild Iran, for which we have some responsibility for a war of choice.
Okay, well, that may very well end up being one of the legacies of this conflict. Just to sort of wrap up this conversation, Ambassador, are there any words of advice, were you asked for it, that you would offer to the Trump administration and to the negotiating team that's trying to broker an end to this crisis?
Stay tough, get smart, make sure you get your professionals back and engaged, know the situation, use intelligence, build allies, and act like a world leader, not a mercurial, chaotic fool.
Okay, well, that's sound words of advice there. Thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking...
As you can see, I'm not a current fan of the current administration. And I'm sure I will pay a price, but happy to do so. It's my country.
Well, we appreciate you being so frank with us. Thank you very much indeed. Thomas Pickering.
Thank you, Tom, very much for your questions and the opportunity to be with you. It's a real honor.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Bye-bye.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs chief oil analyst and co-head of commodity research, Dan Stuyven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In our base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for recovering production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the Strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potentially in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait, talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Extra production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the Strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, the very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the Strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war. Over the longer term, what are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with the closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez canal via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandeb.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandeb as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, a severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. More broadly, so I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia, but these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they are capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important, short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the east-west Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yes, I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the East-West pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. and the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecasts, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. 3 reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the U.S. government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
One, two, three, take up space!
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur, and educator Aisha Bo.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose a route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bo, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight-qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
I think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that. And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years. And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun. That's 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you were having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge.
I'm here at the NASA facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon. Yes. Hey! You're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? Let's wait.
Oh!
Encircle.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this. I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
There are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASA facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced the Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3, but when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5. And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, but one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of G's.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes! I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad,
I had the privilege of talking to two individuals. And so NASA astronauts, Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham, were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of like shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually help for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here, and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity. It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just the mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
You know, I struggle to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, you know, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, he said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Well, thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign. But since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket. which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me. She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew Dreams to Space, which will be returned to them, thanks to Jeff and Lauren. And the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and returned back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you're going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the 6 taking up space.
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We're making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, take up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood, and there's a middle school. And there was a lot of parents getting their kids, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me, and they're like, oh my gosh, like waving at me, and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it, because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs. And that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you would have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity and a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't, and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, it's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason. And we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. What I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create, naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment, as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA. And in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them. and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage, and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began, because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me, and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings, from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, Riz. My community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party. And they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it, because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college. She's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative, and I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you're brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter, and I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for them. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened, because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you are going to get up, you are going to be present, you are going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there, because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped. because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed, because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges, I had a lot of failures, I had a lot of setbacks, but it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, what if I created a company? And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing. And the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built STEM Board. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. We make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. Running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as STEM Board engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, we made, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught Lingo and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to Dubai, to Delhi. And I actually brought some Lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes. So from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, what gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
You know, I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I mean, I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, I mean, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society. And then these things became more common. I mean, I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about spaceflight, what we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2, what's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate, it's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5, will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6, who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jemison, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7, what's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9. Spacesuits. Fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha Bo, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bo. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan, In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
And from the winter of Saudi Arabia and its capital, Riyad Boulevard city. Yesterday, as you saw, we finished the eastern part. We covered 5 cities, but they closed and we ran out of time. What's left is the western side. Today we're going to explore with you America, Mexico, Spain, India, and other attractions. A tip for those coming, bring your barcode with you. The barcode will show you the map and the event times. Let's make the most of the day from the start and see what's inside. We're starting our journey in France with the most famous sweet macarons. We'll begin there. And I'll look at the main features and landmarks they've recreated in the French town. So far, I've seen the Arc de Triomphe, the Eiffel Tower, and the Champs-Élysées walkway. The largest city that caught my attention in Riyad Boulevard is America. You'll huge sections. You can easily spend a full day just in America. There are New York streets, Washington, Las Vegas, Hollywood, and California, along with main landmarks spread across the streets. The street food, absolutely delicious. Come with an empty stomach because I've seen international restaurants brought directly from America. So come and enjoy. Why do people actually travel? It's to discover and immerse themselves in other cultures, enjoy architecture and nature, and taste the most delicious food. I felt this in Mexico and Spain, exact miniature replicas of them. The smell of Indian spices brought me here to the middle of the square. You'll find the most delicious and tasty Indian street food, like samosa, dosa, chapati karekti, and butter chicken with rice. After walking so much today, I need a break. I don't think I can continue walking and playing after this heavy meal. Anyway, I'm having my best time in the winter of Riyad Boulevard world. India! What can we say about India? This whole zone is full of energy, joy, and happiness. Everyone is naturally moving their heads, shoulders, and hands with the music and live performances. The biggest gathering I found was the Indian theater. It feels like you're inside a Bollywood movie. The games area is located in front of the America Square. Let me tell you what's there. It has a large number of interactive games, international characters, and theatrical shows. The biggest attraction is the world's largest traveling roller coaster. Don't forget Zone 15. What's inside it? Virtual reality games and theatrical shows brought especially from Las Vegas. My advice to you is to come as a group and challenge each other. Wherever you see a crowd and applause, know that there are tango, salsa, flamenco, and mariachi performances. Did you know mariachi is listed on UNESCO's heritage list? Across from it, just across the bridge, you'll find Combat Village, a zone dedicated to military-style games. There's even a chance to learn live shooting. Don't miss it. You can even join in and learn the dances. I returned to where I started. How could I deprive myself of the beauty of France? And Paris at night? Romantic vibes in every corner. Lights, music, ballet performances, and piano. You simply won't stop filming in this magical place. Couldn't be better. It truly felt like a dream. I toured half the globe, make the job of where to. Very difficult. Next time, I'll have to rethink and plan the destinations I want to visit. Before I end with you, I just want to say honestly that the prices are very reasonable. Meals in any of the countries we visited don't exceed 25. Drinks and water are also reasonable, around 4 rials, and juices go up to 10 rials. I think these are very fair prices for such an amazing tourist destination. See you again in a new episode of Where To.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world dogs.